What the hell? Go, go, baby! Get out of here! Not today! You ain't taking my... Whoa! Oh! What did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby! Bow, bow! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good!
No
now get
problem.
out of my way!
I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good!
No
now get out
problem.
of my way!
Hello. I believe we're up and running live on Twitch and on YouTube. Let me double check real quick. We're definitely up and live and running. We're jumping back into some Dune Awakening tonight, where we've got everything set up inside of the deep desert, ready to go. Let's go ahead and jump straight on into it here, so I can catch everybody up to the little bit of extra progress that we got done after we got off the stream yesterday. Let me know if that game audio ends up coming in too quiet and or the mic is too loud. Jen, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. The servers are going to be coming offline. It says 7 UTC. Did they kick that up? Hold on. Let me do a quick Google search here. Yeah, they're doing a server reset, not a offline update coming up here. We're gonna have a 2-hour downtime, which is unfortunate. But that doesn't happen for another hour, 2.5 hours. So we got a little bit of time. I'm not sure what's going on that's forcing them to drop a patch or what exactly, but let's go ahead and jump on into it here, because we did just a few things after we got off of the live stream yesterday, finishing setting up this base here. Someday we'll get some information, Jen, and that'll be an amazing day. Guys, turn down your ornithopter volume, okay? You're being loud over there. God, we got some noisy neighbors. Hey, keep it down over there, you frickin' rowdy kids. Keep it down. They're taking a carrier out. Interesting. All right, check it out. We got the big ore refinery. We got the medium chemical refinery. Boom, boom. I had to slap one of these medium spice refineries down because I don't have enough spice at the base over in the Haga Basin. And I think even if I did, I need to, it's like we're like 100 short. So I need to craft like 100 spice melange out of that or something like that. I don't know the exact number. That's a really good point, Jen. They are probably holding off on the information as to not overshadow certain updates coming out. I think, honestly, if they dropped the information, if they dropped some info, like... Hold up, where's my shit? Oh, here we go. Boom. I think I'm getting sick. In my opinion, if they dropped some information now about leagues, it would start to get the old school RuneScape players looking into... Because right now they're not even looking into RuneScape 3, you know what I'm saying? Shit, dude. But if they dropped some info now, then it would get them looking into the game. So maybe the old school players would be like looking at a mascot and stuff, you know what I mean? Sketchy, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're jumping on into it here. We're gonna get right on into it. I'm gonna grab a stack of the missiles, a stack and a half of the launchers. Let's double check here. We've got heavy power packs full, 3 suspensors. You know what I could use is a little bit of... Give me a minute. Give me a minute. All right. Hopefully we were able to just clear our throat. I don't know what's going on. Anything good this wipe? Mischievous. Hope you're doing well. We're just now getting into it. So we set up this entire base last night, and then I spent like an hour or so off stream getting these rockets and these welding torches and a couple of suspensor belts over here. And now we're finally jumping on in here. I haven't even checked the deep desert at all. So we just had that carrier ornithopter probably take off over here to go chase down Spice Field or something, you know what I mean? What are they doing? Are they coming back? God, look how monstrous that thing is. Could you imagine flying that around? They need to put a storage on that for real, though. That would be lit. What's that? Bruh. Who the fuck spawned a basalt rock on my base, dude? Hey, who put this here? You know what I'm saying? Get this off my base. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Somebody probably glitching into my base with this thing. And then getting stuck. Alright. Well, it looks like we're basalt farmers. What is happening? It's not even a real rock. This better disappear after the downtime and update tonight. What is that? What's that floating right there? That's crazy. Alright. Wicked! Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? Sorry I got distracted. There's a basalt stone literally on my roof. Not cool. Not cool at all. That's exactly how if that's how the night's starting, I don't even want to know how the night's gonna go. First thing we log on to is these loud neighbors who admittedly slapped together a nice looking base. I gotta be real. I've never seen a Harkonnen base that looks good up until now, so kudos to that. Arcadius, after I gave him shit for his ugly base, must have been like, you better make this thing look good. What are you doing? That or they got some like crazy ass builder on their team because it looks nice. Ember! Yeah, we were a bit late today. It was a bit late today. And we're, like, riding right into a downtime, too, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're flying right on into a downtime. A lot of people on for popping right into a downtime here. We haven't scouted the deep desert at all yet, so I think that's kind of just the game plan right now. We've got 10:30 and the update's at 1. So we got like 2.5 hours here till the update. Until the downtime. So we're just gonna try and like look for some bases, see what's up. See if we can't get into any fights. This 5-man guild here, or so he claims, is going hard, bro. Damn, dude, I like just flew in that flight path. I'm gonna get hit by one of those one of these days, and I will actually be pissed off. A titanium you built over started spawning on top of your base like that. It only moved back to the ground when I removed what I built near its original spot. We'll just leave it there. If somebody bugs into the base like that, they can't do anything but be stuck in there anyways, so maybe we'll catch a pet or two during the deep desert. We'll catch Arcadius slipping, trapped in the base. Though realistically, you can't really ever be trapped because you could just respawn, dude. So, I mean, like, chances of you being in somebody's base with a bunch of stuff, slim to none. And they just catch the respawn. This would be an interesting spot to find a base. This would be an interesting spot to find somebody camping. Let's give her a quick peek, shall we? See if we can't find a base. This is literally every time we're searching the F zone, I'm like, nobody'd be dumb enough to build out here in the F zone. I don't even know why and then we find somebody. So I'm not even gonna say it this time, but realistically, I'm thinking in my head, I don't even know why we searched the F zone. But I didn't say that. It's just what I'm thinking. We got to be a little bit careful here, because if Arcadius and his people are rolling around, I think that was the section of the deep desert that was blowing people up for no reason. But also the guy from yesterday's stream as well. Be interesting. It will be interesting what happens this week. Pretty sure that's safe zone. We're gonna kick it off this way. Whitey Mike, I didn't hear him. He said something. I didn't respec my class, dude. We should respec our class. Does this guy want the heat? You want the heat, bro? You want the fire? I didn't think so. I didn't fucking think so. I didn't respec my class, so actually we need to kick it off back to the base and do that. Because I need to add some things in that may possibly make it to where my freaking rockets are taking less damage, bro. Because we were just absolutely melting our rockets. Also, like, the durability loss on the repairs and shit. We just need to respec our class. I'm not even going to go in the class builder either. We're just going to dive straight on into it. I do want to check these couple islands here. Going to planetologist overheat melange mode. Yeah, but I literally have to be like under the influence of spice, I think is what we determined with that. Like, you have to be glowing purple eyes for that to take place. We'll talk. Oh, that's an assault. Here's what we do. Quickly. Beautiful. Oh, I fucking missed. No way. Did he leave his boy? Did you see that? I think he left his boy. Get in! This is what I needed to clear the throat, bro. A little bit of some adrenaline rushing, huh? Come on, you son of a bitch. I think he left his boy on that island, dude. I gotta watch out for his boy to pop in one with a rocket, maybe. Oh, you're getting blitzed, bro. You're getting blitzed, bro. There we go. Come on, get in on this. Yeah. Get his ass! Get his ass! Get his ass! Get his ass! Is that Arcadius? Get his ass! Get his ass! Get his ass! I don't think it is, bro. They ride the Harkonnen bugs. This might be that other guild. Oh, you're done, bro. You're done. It's a GG's, brother. All right. Now let's get his ass. Get his ass. Who is you? Yes, ain't Arcadius, bro. I mean, we might mess around with Arcadius and call it friendly with him, but nah. Oh, Arcadius! Arcadius! No shot! Oh my god. How is it every time, bro? We got his ass. We got his ass. Hey! Hey, GG's. That was fun.
Chop my shit, bro.
Hey, well, hey, dude, hey, look. I told you. I'm, like, I didn't know it was you, bro. I thought you went... I expected your ornithopter to be with the black front and the white tail, okay? You look all Atreides and shit now, so you all... I just said to the stream, I said, if that's Arcadius, I would maybe not fire at him.
Hey, but you saw the 1v1 though, right? You know I respect it.
Oh, either way, bro. That was fun. We got his ass. GG's.
Right. We gonna come with that shit real quick.
Yeah, it's all you, dude. I don't even want it. We just want that smoke. We just want that fire, bro. Boom, boom. Going to planetologist overheat. Oh, that was old. That was an old message. My bad. I'm telling you guys, Arcadius is the only one on this server out here PvPing. So that's why that's why I keep running into us. I don't know what you're talking about, Will. That was the Deep Desert Police Department, bro. That wasn't me. That wasn't me, dude. You see, my rockets, they haven't even, like, taken any, like, durability loss, so... Couldn't have been me, bro. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That Arcadius in the Deep Desert Police Department, though, I saw him shooting at somebody. Will, I feel like you're lying to me, Will, because we literally had this conversation with Arcadius himself yesterday. Ember was here. Tenet! Did I see the PvP station in the PvE area? I didn't see it, but I heard about it. Is this your base then? Right here. This your base? Because this is where Arcadius is based at, and literally we were talking to him. Right here yesterday. And he was like, yo. Had some fights in there. It was fun. You didn't get the loot though, huh? Yes, that's your base? Oh, okay. Okay, so there seems to be there seems to be confusion with the name. So we didn't just blow you up then. I gotcha. I gotcha. Or if we did blow you up, then, you know, I don't know, man. Shit. I don't know, bro. I just fire, bro. I fire on sight. It is what it is type stuff. All right. We need to respec this entire skill tree here. Boom. Boom. Fresh start. What's the number one thing we need? I would say to start off, Shigawire Claw, obviously. And this needs to be level 3. This allows me to use my abilities more often. We'll put a pin in that. Nuke it. It's time to refresh it, Shy Bear. We've got some things that we need to set up. Like, for example, let's set up the vehicle first. Where's the damn vehicle? First off, vehicle repair. restricted until a second ability has been obtained. We don't really use Bindu Sprint, so I think I'm going to hold off on that. I don't like Knee Charge either, but I need it to get to Crippling Strike. Okay, I should be able to go back here to Planetologist now. Okay, vehicle repair. Crazy story, finally hit the deep desert. Got the cope first try. Nice. Low tier, huge, bro. Nice. It is so good, especially in the Haga Basin. It works even well in the PvE zone. Once you bring the cope out into the PvP zone, it gets a little bit more rough. But even in the A sector of the deep desert, it works really well. Your field training as a mechanic reduces the maximum durability loss of vehicle components when performing repairs. This might make it to where our tier 6 wings last longer, so I do want to dump 3 into that. Fuel efficient driver, I couldn't care less about. But I do need to get to fuel efficient pilot. Boom. We'll hold off on leveling that up to level 3, but I want to push that to level 3. This is like my knee-jerk reaction. Tinkering with your power pack increases the recharge rate. Overcharge, I need this. Maybe not, though. Conservation of energy. When you focus your efforts, you can reduce... Okay, actually... What was the other... Damn it, what was the one that we were thinking that possibly affected the fucking rockets on the Ornithopter? I'm just trying to figure... the one thing I need to make sure that we put on here is the thing that I want to test to see if it's actually making my rockets on my Ornithopter not take as much damage. Just don't remember what it was. It was field maintenance, wasn't it? Slowing the durability loss of firing weapons. It was field maintenance. Okay. So I want center of mass. Okay. Scattergun. Oh. Scattergun and drill shot. Oh, shit. Okay. Here we go. We gotta go 1 here. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go 3 into center mass because I'm not sure if I'm gonna pin it. But we're going to go 3 into drill shot. We're going to go 3 into heavy. And we're going to go 3 into field maintenance because this is what I'm predicting does... This is what I'm predicting does the damn thing. This does the thing. But I don't know for sure, but we're testing it. Boom, boom, boom. This would be good. I mean, like, dude, if they weren't able to dodge from our scattergun, this would absolutely kill it. But I'm not sure if I'm going to slot that in yet, so we're going to hold off on that. This should affect the rockets as well, right? I want my rockets to do maximum damage, so when we're flying around shooting rockets at people, our rocket launcher, it's doing max. Have I seen the damage output on an MK6 buggy rocket pod? It's over 500, really. Yeah, this one's for repairing of the weapons. I'm not too worried about repairing the weapons. Oh. I need this dispenser dash. This is something that we're for sure slotting in. When I am suspended in the air, any attacks with weapons will have damage bonus. Fuck, dude. Does this stack? Does this stack? Are we like stacking on stacking on stacking right now? I want to have some points for my melee too, though. And dispenser efficient. Ah, shit, dude. I need the dispenser belt efficiency for sure. And we'll come back. We'll pin it. We'll pin that one. We'll pin that one for sure. Okay, let's start to slap some into Swordmaster because we need some here. What kind of blade is the... What kind of blade is this? It's a long blade. That's a good point as well, Tanit, because a lot of people are rocking medium gear and they don't really have that defense to the concussive defense. I mean, I'll put this here, but we're in reality probably not going to have that slotted. But you have learned to turn a lunge into an advantage. Sprint attacks provide bonus damage mitigation for a short while after lunge. Oh, that's too fucking complicated. I don't even care what that does. All 6 points of range damage into heavy weapon damage? Oh, I totally agree. You're right. Heavy weapons, and then like we might even come back for the suspender to like full push our rockets and maybe try to like, because I'm telling you guys, I think slapping people with the rockets on the ground first, because that guy started to panic when he took off with his assault ornithopter, dude. He got caught on the first hill, he got caught on the second hill. I was able to hit him like 4 times with my rocket launcher. And then I was able to get my ornithopter with the rockets and chase him, right? So if we're doing like maximum damage with that, bro, we might have his wing busted before that fight even starts. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I recover more health immediately using health kits due to my excellent conditioning. That sounds like one I want to damn. I have 47 points left. I like want to dump into here. I want to dump into here, but we'll come back to that. Because I want to also put some into... We got to get to the weirding step. How many? 35? Okay. I'm able to heal my body more effectively. I have to put one into short blade to get the weirding step. I want to get to this stability as well. I'm able to resist being staggered by reducing all incoming poise damage. Fuck. Oh, you son of a bitch, Tanit. I didn't see the fucking line. Who put that line there? Ignore that line. That line's not there. We couldn't do it, Tanit. Fuck. See, this is why I was saying yesterday that I needed to jump into the stupid class builder here. But that's fine. It's a free reset every 48 hours, so we have room for experimenting here, and we've got 22 points left, so it's all right. That was definitely a wasted point, though. Shit. Like this, for example, really only stacks with our shotgun. So that's really only going to help us if they can't dodge our shotgun, but that is going to definitely hurt them if they can't dodge it. We might come back and slap 6 into that still, so we can like swap that out maybe, but I think we're better off coming back through. Five points. Support first responders. Hey, we appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. I'm not sure either. I'm not sure if you're like an avid game viewer or not, but hey, we appreciate you stopping by. We hope you're doing well. We love this country, and we definitely love our first responders. The pastor at the church in the town that I used to live in was a mountain rescue for years and years and years, and man, did he have some wild-ass stories, so 100%. We appreciate you being here. No, we didn't do here. We didn't go up to any of this. That's alright. We're just trying to see here. Yeah, we actually did need to get to that. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. 200 hours in the game, so it's not completely out of the blue. That's good to hear. Some players use the Mentat battery. I think it keeps your shield up for good. Where? Oh, yeah, this Mentat battery right here. I haven't even unlocked the Mentat class. I can't do anything in this class. I did all of the questing for all of the other classes, and then I just completely gave up on the questing, dude. I said I'm done, and I've yet to go back. I've yet to go back. That's why I don't really raid with the las gun, though I was bringing it out previously to try and raid with it. But we did just rework our stats, so potentially the rockets are going to be taking less damage when I use them. I'm not for certain about that. Something we're testing here. But previously, we were just absolutely getting slapped around, and the rocket launcher just would last barely one fight. Something just happened. Hey! First responders coming in with the sub. We appreciate you being here. Oh, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Heat management is really good. I didn't do heat management, did I? I mean, realistically, I'm missing out on like 50 skill points. That would be really nice. Where was heat management, Ember? Oh, I should. Yeah, so Tanit, I don't scan for experience right away. I do need to start scanning for experience, though. So the reason I don't scan for experience, or for, the reason I don't scan these tiles out right away is so I know which islands I've visited and which ones that I haven't. So when I'm out, yeah, the paths. Tanit gets it, bro. I need the paths, at least at the very start. Otherwise, I'm like hitting up the same island over and over and over and over and over again, you know? Because like we hit this island and searched it pretty well, so we're gonna actually like kick it way over here. These guys flying around with a carrier ornithopter. I'm not sure where they're going to and from. I'm not sure where they're going to and from. I say it constantly, there's no reason for somebody to build this close to the PvE zone, but for some reason, every week, somebody does it. So we'll pop these islands real quick, and I think try to work our way right up into the F section and then down. Maybe we make like an L pattern and kick it all the way up to I-1. I don't think I did heat management, which is actually killing me because we needed the heat management as well. We did swap to the tier 6 generator though. So I'm hoping since we swapped to the tier 6 generator that we don't overheat with our rockets as often. As long as I don't spam the rockets, we should be alright. Was that a base? No, it was not. We're already seeing mirages. You know what I hadn't even considered? I have a scanner on the front of this thing because this is the other ornithopter that we had. I'm wondering if that's slowing us down at all. If it is, that'd be a problem. Alright, damn it. This is a bowl. We have to check all of the big dusty bowls, man. The big bowl islands. People can just tuck their bases so deep into this. It'd be really, really not smart for them to slap one up right here this close to the safe zone, but here we go, here we go, here we go. There's a base right here. We got a wing, we got a wing. What'd I tell you guys, bro? What are these people doing, man? Oh, come on. Those were a couple good shots. There we go. We hit one. What is he doing, bro? What the hell is he doing? What is he doing? Get to an island. Get to the safe zone, brother. You're going the wrong way. I mean, we are blitzing him now, dude. What's his end game here? Kind of feel like we're being lured right now. I'm getting like some real old school RuneScape vibes here. We're being tracked and traced into the deep wilderness. What the hell's going on? This server is also filled with like some of the goofiest people, bro. I swear. Panic? Is that what it is? There's no way you panic and then where the fuck did he go? There's like a bug on my microphone right now and I can't tell what that is. I told you, we got lured, we got lured. I fucking told you, bro. I'm out of rockets? Shit. I told you, bro. What'd I tell you? We got lured. Two? Two? Maybe two? Possibly two. Either way, we gotta dump down. Let's do this here. Three, maybe? Did I get those in? Did I get those in? Defensive, defensive. We got a red wing here. Before he full knocks this thing, we got 3 minutes on a sandstorm. Let's pull it down. I bet this is Arcadius. Let's get him on the ground. Fucking 3? What is happening, dude? Dude, it's pussy shit, bro. It's pussy shit and you know it, bro. Alright, they didn't get the full kill. I'm confused now. Arcadius probably pulled off on that guy here. Alright, back out, baby. no shot he thinks he's gonna hit somebody in like this, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, we're on site, bro. Who's parking their assault here? Fuck, fuck, fuck. It's these guys, it's these guys. Fuck your ornithopter, bro. Did I just hear him fly by? Got him. No fucking way, dude. I hate that shit. It worked, bro. You thought you were the only one, huh? Fuck. Down, we gotta go down, buddy. We gotta go down. There's a sandstorm coming in. How does he fucking keep not getting hit by that, bro? Bullshit! We hit him with that. We hit him with that crippling strike, bro. I call bullshit. Fucking bullshit, dude. Fucking bullshit, bro. How many times did we hit him? How many fucking times did we hit him with the crippling strike? Fucking ridiculous, dude. I just don't get it, dude. I just don't fucking get it. It happens like multiple times, dude. And sometimes you fucking weirding step behind them. That skill's bugged as well. Like it's I like it as a close gap more than I like the knee charge. But holy shit, dude. What the fuck is going on with my crippling strike, bro? Like dead ass. Dead ass, bro. Fucking hell, dude. Bro, I told you guys when we were chasing that assault ornithopter and he rolled into the the north side of the deep desert. What did I say? I said this feels oddly familiar, bro. We've been here before. We've been in this sort of lure before.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Johnny boy. Hey, Johnny boy. No, dude, you don't lose anything in PvP, bro. PvP is absolutely riskless, absolutely rewardless. PvP is goofy, bro. Look, I'll show you what I lost in PvP. Actually, I'll show you the one thing that we lost there. Because I need to grab another one because we lost it. Here, I'll show you. Oh, right here. Here it is. He got a vehicle fuel cell off of me right there. And if I'd have killed him, I'd have gotten a vehicle fuel cell. Yeah, no, it was good. When that assault ornithopter was flying around in the area, bro, I was like, here comes the third party. Yeah, typically these guys are good at the 1v1s, bro. Typically they're good at them in the sense of they don't grief too bad. Like, they knocked me with the ornithopter, but they could have easily come in and finished it off, but they didn't. Instead, they pulled down for the 1v1. Which you gotta respect it, eh? You gotta respect it, huh? Boom, boom. There was a base right there. There was a base right there. But yeah, Kenneth, PvP's really no risk, no reward. There's no point, Kenneth. They've completely botched the balance of the PvP inside of this game. The only PvP that you can get into where you're getting rewarded is if you should have eaten some spice, bro. We have no spice. The only PvP that you can get into where you're rewarded is if you go and attack a resource farmer in the middle of their trip. Like, that's when you can end up actually getting something from the PvP. That's about it. You do risk losing your ornithopter if you're not able to pocket it fast enough. So there is that. And typically that's going to affect the PvE player more than the PvP player, because I can pocket my ornithopter with rockets at any time. But if you're out here farming, you can't pocket your ornithopter if it has storage. If it has stuff in its storage. So you could have a full inventory and you wouldn't be able to pocket your ornithopter. And in that case, you would be at risk. We fired our rockets at that assault ornithopter while he was luring us to the north for a good chunk of time. A real good chunk of time. He wants to smoke, don't he? It's this guy again, isn't it? We might have almost hit ourselves there. Come here, bitch. I think this is how we start our fights off from here on, huh? Come on, huh? Come on, huh? Hey, hey, hey! Yeah, he wants it. He wants it. He wants it. We on. We on. Make sure we reloaded. Fucking 2v1, is that what's happening here? Hey, 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 hey! What the fuck is going on right now? We've lost our freaking minds out here. You guys see what's happening? Absolutely not. No, no, no. Not without taking some damage, dickhead. Oh, he wants it parked, bro. He's parking that thing. You better get it parked, brother. It's just hitting the roof. Damn it. I heard him fly up. Where'd he go? Fuck. This 3v1? Did I see somebody else come in? I need to reload on this. My best bet is to keep kiting these guys around, separate them, and I've got to, first off, manage my stamina. Fucking lag? Hello? Hello? Fucking lag. You guys see that? What the hell? Oh, was that maybe the double strike? No, because I'm not under spice. There's 3 of them now. There's 3 of them now. There's literally 3 of them now. Okay, we need a stamina reset here. Fuck, I fired my shot here. Alright, I need a full reset, bro. Now we gotta heal. He caught me with that drill shot because I fired my shot. Fired my sniper. Easy, bro. Easy, bro. Yeah, you gotta be careful fighting people on the hills. It's an easy fall off. What the fuck, is this guy like is this guy like another random party out here? What a shot. Kite him, kite him, kite him. It's like a 5v1 right now. I don't know what's going on, bro. It's at least 3 of them. God, fucking stuck on the wall, dude. God damn it, bro. I'm not certain what happened, but my stamina just got full drain. That's a Rocket Boy bet. Rocket Boy's coming in. Come on, you wanna play Rocket Boy, dude? I can fly up. We can play Rocket Boy all day, you know what I mean? I gotta pull a health reset, bro. We gotta, Yep, they're watching me from all angles here. I just completely killed my momentum. Fucking momentum killed twice. Yeah, you thought, didn't you, bud? I'm actually fucking fuming pissed off right now, dude. God, it was a well-timed fucking crippling strike on his part. What just fucking happened, dude? Spam fucking spawned in? God! It was a really nice crippling strike on his part. It really fucking was. I swear. Oh, dude, I thought it spawned me at my fucking Haga Basin and we were about to lose everything. That was definitely another L right there for sure. I don't know what is going on with the crippling strike, bro. But he nailed his right there. He definitely hit the timing on that crippling strike. And in that fight, like, let's pull it back again here. Let's do what we were doing last time and pull it back. Because in that fight right there, first off, I'm trying to juggle 4 fucking people. And secondly, bro, if we just dial it down to that very last fight, I'm trying to hit my crippling strike, and he's all the way back there. You know what I mean? He's way back there, and I'm trying to hit my crippling strike. And his timing was fucking flawless, bro. So we came in with the crippling, and he countered with his own. It was definitely huge. Shit talking is one thing, but you don't gotta be weird. You don't gotta be a vibe kill. And we yeet the vibe kills out of here, so why don't you stay out of my stream, brother? Adios, sayonara. See ya later. See ya on your second account, third account, fourth account, maybe, because you kind of seem like the 4 YouTube account type of person who will be here again. Well, he countered my crippling strike flawlessly, bro. Like, deadass, he countered my crippling strike flawlessly. All right, we still looking fine. We still looking fine. Let me grab another vehicle. Oops. Let me grab another vehicle fuel cell here so I can restock what we just lost. Lost a vehicle fuel cell. I mean, first, I mean, people. I mean, he's been in here being weird. He's not the Arcadius type of shit talker either. Arcadius is the fun type of shit talker. Will's just the weirdo, the weird kid in the back. You know what I mean? Will's the weird kid in the back. Arcadius is fun. I'm sure Will's fucking load of fun on their guild. I'm sure he's a load of fun to play with on their guild. The weirding step that I keep using, I think the big mistake that I'm making with that, this is something to take account of as well. Every time we pop a weirding step, I'm almost immediately spamming crippling strike. And I think what's happening is I'm weirding stepping and then hitting crippling strike and not giving my character time to like orient himself to where the person he's fighting is at. So I need to slow down the actual transition there. From closed gap to crippling strike. That's never really a fight finisher anyways, because people typically are going to be able to dodge through that. Oh, Ascended, it's going to be a wild week. Will said he was building out in the deep desert this week, and he wasn't fucking around. And we're going to be dicking with these guys all week, bro. Oh, you better believe it, bro. You better believe it. It's going to be a fun week, that's for sure. They've got, let's take a look at the map real quick, because we've actually seen a lot of activity out here. There's a base right up here, and I'm almost positive, was it this one, or maybe it was up here? No, because it was... Yeah, it was right here. They're, like, just north of the fucking safe zone right here, honestly. Like, they could probably Bindu sprint into the safe zone. But there was a base here, and there was either one right here, or there was another one up here. %, Tanit. The gap, like, let's take a look here. This is one tile, and he was, like, on the other tile, like, maybe even a little bit closer, but I fucking was way too far back on the crippling strike. It doesn't reach that far. Alright, give me a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom right quick, and then I think we're going to kick back out either this direction, see if we might kick back out over here, see if they're trying to set up a full base, maybe out up here. We might even like back off of this side for 30 minutes or so, see if they build anything substantial out there, or if they just keep it in their little buggy base, and maybe we kick it off to the right as well. Watch out, invisible barrier on foot. You think it's D into E. Oh, for real, huh? I was more so just messing around that these guys are built in the PvP zone. but it's like barely in the PvP zone, you know what I mean? About half a tile, maybe, I'd say. No, actually, you know what? It's probably like a full tile. We'll give them a full tile there. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, the update. We still have an hour and a half. 2-hour downtime, though. You're probably doing the raids solo, so you're going to try that thing you thought of. Oh, oh, give me 1 second. Sick, bro. Yeah, that is brutal. The update's here in an hour and a half, and it's a 2-hour downtime, which ain't too shabby. It ain't nothing too shabby. Bit of cutie pie. Excuse me. Excuse me, thank you. How you like my ass? Hey, hey, get your ass out of my face! How you like my ass in your face? How you like my ass in your face? I bet this was Will. Poor Will got his little feelings hurt. Oh, Will. Will, you poor boy, you. It's fine, let's take it out. Let's take it out, Will. Huh? How high can you fly? How high can you fly, Will? Huh? Let's take it out. Let's go. Let's go fly. I don't mind losing another vehicle fuel cell. I don't mind losing another vehicle fuel cell. Will! You fucking twat, Will. Don't forget you can move the crates after destroying their sub-thief. William Almeida, yeah. Yeah, they're probably gonna be there a while. We're gonna do some more scouting here because we've literally got the entirety of the deep desert that we need to scout out here. So instead of picking around at a base that we know is building up, let's go see what else is being put down anywhere. But yeah, we got a 2-hour downtime coming in. Who knows what sort of patch is coming out. Looks like Shy Guys used up all of their duplicated resources and they can't compete. Looks like we have another base here. Potentially another Will's base. Ooh. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing, huh? That's a boost, bro. He gone, bro. He got that boost. He'd have dusted us so hard, bro. Damn. That boost is no joke. Whoa, what the fuck is this? That's a busted one. She broke. She broken, bro. Man, Deep Desert's been popping off this week. What happened today when I was asleep, man? What happened? So we got another base here. Where are we at? F6. That's just a little ore base. That's a little ore base, but you catch it at the right time, you can end up taking their stuff. Those are good bases to try and run into online raids at. Typically, when I'm trying to hit the ore bases, they're either online or it's empty. Oof. Again, I say, you would not expect people to build so close to the safe zone, but time and time again, people build this close to the safe zone, so we're gonna swing by and give it a check. Even Will's out there building a Bindu, a little ore base. It looked like a Bindu sprint away from it. To be fair, if there's a shitload of titanium on here, there's realistically no reason not to put an ore base down, you know what I mean? Nada. What sector is that lab in that is that is supposedly meant to be in a PvE zone but is in a PvP zone? And how does that work exactly? Is it like half of the lab? Somebody was talking about that yesterday right before we stopped streaming. And I never went and checked it out. Is that like half of the lab is safe zone and half of the lab is PvP? Or is it just like you would assume it's going to be in the safe zone, but it's just barely in the PvP zone even at the start? Because I think it'd be funnier if it was like half safe, like you enter the lab thinking you're in the safe zone. You got these PvE players thinking they're entering a safe zone lab, bro, and about halfway through, it flags for PvP, and you know if that's the case, bro, there's probably some people down in there. You go into the second stairs and it switches to PvP. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. I wonder if the chest itself then counts as a PvP chest. I wonder if the chest counts as a PvP chest or if it just spits out the single loot. That's typically how it goes. That's an assault. Here we go. Let's try and jump him. I don't know if this is the strat, but it feels like it might be. It worked last time. Looks like Will's behind us. We got Pussy Will stream sniping. My suspensor belt broke. Is that what happened? Shit. Fucking run, bro. Oh my god, and the suspensor belt still isn't working, dude. Unreal. We're fucked. Oh, we didn't equip it. There we go. Never mind, we're good. And the lab in D1 has no loot. That's what the patch is for, fixing those labs. Oh, for real, dead ass, dude. I remember somebody who's brought that up, that the lab has no loot. Where'd Pussy Will go? Man, I could not imagine being such a chicken shit. Yeah, I heard yesterday that the lab has no loot, bro. That's wild. As in, there was literally no chest? The chest wasn't there at all? They don't fix crap. They said they were fixing stuff last week, and only one crater spawned the entire week. J-Rob, you're not the first person that I've heard actually bring up that they only had one chest spawn. Or one freaking spice field spawn, if that's what you're talking about. I don't remember who was in the stream yesterday talking about their spice fields. But their spice field wouldn't spawn. Alright, let's see if we can find this chicken shit, because he's flying around here somewhere. Yeah, damn. Did it spawn in like one each day the entire week? Or just one all week? Because the person who was talking about it yesterday made it sound like it was literally just one all week. And that another one never spawned in. which is crazy because last week there was spice fields that would pop off on this server like crazy. So you're getting one, and there was like 2 going at one time. It felt like there was at least like a shitload of medium spice fields popping off. Oh no, you're good, Tanit. You're good. Yeah, but did it pop up on that spot every day? So at least like there was some sort of large spice field every day? Or was it just as soon as it was farmed up, it never came back? Is what I meant, sorry. Oh, okay. At least it wasn't like you guys only got one big spice field all week and then it never came back. That's also kind of nice too, so you knew what spot it was in the whole time. You never... What is this not loading in over here? I wasn't going to say anything because I expected it to load in eventually, but it's literally not. So, what is this gray blob over here? It is just a big, giant gray blob. What could it be? Do we go see? Like, that looks like the kind of gray blob you lose your ornithopter in, you know what I mean? Oh, look, did it just render in? I was reading the chat. Did it just render in? It's a ringworm field. I'd imagine it's some sort of bug that... I wouldn't imagine that they did it intentionally. They're like, let's make a lab look like it's going to be PvE to trick the PvE players to at least dip their toes into PvP. No. I doubt that, dude. They're just going to cater to the PvE audience instead. But, I'm surprised that there was no chest in the lab that I'm assuming on that D1. Like, literally just no chest in there. Because I'm confused how there could be no loot unless there was literally no chest. And if there was no chest, I'm kind of, like, dumbfounded as to how something like that could have slipped through the cracks. You know? Oh, wormy. Is that a base? Dude, it is. Alright, so where are we at? We on H8? We got a base on H8. This is just a spice dump here. Still, if you catch that at the right time. If you manage to catch that thing at the right time, you're going to be walking out of there with spice. It would really kind of depend on when that field popped off, or if there's any sort of medium fields that go up and down this span. That's on the like this far corner though. You wouldn't typically see that. I think they made it a bit bigger than they needed to, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's a Deep Desert Police Department base. Just what I'm gonna call them. It's easier that way. I think that there's practically zero chance they manage to pull off any realistic balance with PvP, and that's just because I think that they're approaching it in the wrong way entirely. Like, they're not even approaching it in the proper way. So station is top right corner of D7. That's the one that's split 50-50 PvP. Is that one of the stations that has the waves of enemies? You're not sure on whether there was a chest or not? You never tried to run it today, never saw anyone you watched run it either? Yeah, I got you. Once you hear there's no loot in there, it's like, why the hell would I go run that thing? I would assume it's got to be like an empty... It's got to just not have a chest there. And it almost makes me question, like, the person who brought it up on the stream, I was like, are you sure you looked everywhere? I was like, are you sure that you looked everywhere? God damn, bro. Riding in pairs, huh? Isn't that interesting? That assault ornithopter was firing rockets at us, I'm pretty certain. Yeah. That's something we have to watch out for. What a shot. I gotta watch out for homeboy behind us. There's another one that just rendered in over there. I don't know if you guys saw that. Where'd the one guy go? I hear him. I don't see him though. Isaac, how you doing? Hi, hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Is the PvP station one loot only in PvE zone? You got in, no AI respawn, and the chest was empty. Oh, okay, I got you. Interesting. I rolled through a lab once inside of the PvP zone of the deep desert, and the AI didn't respawn, but the chest was full. So it makes me wonder if it's like mixing up between the fact it's like supposed to be first come first serve, but it's in a PvE zone, you know what I mean? Like, there might be something going on there. But I've heard a lot of people saying that there's no loot inside of it. We have about an hour left until that downtime. They're out in heavy numbers today, Ember. They're out in full force. They need to fix it to where if there's enemies, there's loot. You've ran several full runs and bam, no loot. Yeah, brutal. And inside of the PvP zone, it's rough as well because the PvP zone is first come, first serve. and there's a big problem where people are literally just camping inside of the loot room of the PvP labs, and then they log out, and then they log back in. And then they loot, and then they log out, and then they log back in, and they loot. So it's like the chances of you getting in there and finding loot is slim to none. It's brutal. Yeah, dude, I couldn't imagine 6 of them just standing there in the PvP zone because it's first come first serve. Only one of them's gonna get it. So it's like 6 bots fighting against each other to see who can loot the fastest at that point in time. Is that what's happening? That's crazy. Insanity. See, that was somebody who was literally camping that thing. There, like, I pulled 2 lasgun blueprints out of one single chest one time. So I mean, I think you can pull 3. I think you can pull 3 schematics out of a single chest in the PvP zone. I'm not certain about that. So it's potential that you can get 3 in 1, but I don't think you can get 5 in 1, bro. And if you did, like, the RNG on that's crazy. Yeah, deadass, that was somebody who was sitting there camping them. It's crazy. It's a big problem. There's a lot of, like, big problems, bro. But... I don't know how long the respawns on the chests are out here. But yeah, that definitely sounds like he hit it twice, at least. That also doesn't surprise me, because I wouldn't be surprised if it's like literal bots. Like some sort of bot farm. Are we in the I section? No, but there's the I section. There's not a piece of land in sight, dude. I don't know why they leave I bare, bro. Like, put some land out there, dude. Maybe a guild will put a big-ass base out there if you put a land all the way in the I section. Fuck. We're 2 minutes from an hour mark here. I'm like 99% certain that we have a whole entire hour until the actual update hits. Like, I'm almost positive. But just in case this thing shuts down, we're gonna park and fly around this island for a little bit. Let's park her down, fly around. Maybe whip out a respawn beacon. Do a quick scan. Wormy. It's in an hour? Yeah, I'm like 99% certain of it, but last time I was out here and they did an update, your ornithopter dies. Like, shy hello to eat your ornithopter. Fucking worm eats it. Like, if I disconnect and I fall out of the sky, my ornithopter doesn't get eaten. But if the server disconnects and it's like a server reset, It eats it, bro. We're actually at a lab here, too. Should we go peek down there, see if we can find anybody? Is this... This isn't D7. It can't be D7. Let's go see if anybody's doing it. They need to cancel that. Ray will get on it. Ray, hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome. How you doing tonight, Ray? I'm sure you'll get on that. You'll message them ASAP, and they'll cancel the update. We don't have a 2-hour downtime that we're gonna have to sit through. Oh, that's AI. I don't want to do PvE right now. No, thank you. Not what we signed up for today. Oh, is that where the Regis triple shot is? Dude. I think we'll be fine. I would say, like, maybe it'll end up hitting this server's market, bro, but this server's auction house is dead as hell. It's just about as dead as the Deep Desert. There's as many guilds on this server trying to feed into the auction house as there are guilds out here in the Deep Desert, and I would say there's one. So, it's a bit rough. Some inter-guild conflict would be fantastic. Boy, that would be fantastic. Oh, whoa. You guys see that? Is that the 1 section over there? No. What the hell? We're in 5. I thought we were way further left than we actually are. We got a big bowl section over here, though. Let's go give her a look-see. I hear ornithopters, I think. You guys hear that? Maybe I'm tripping. You know what's weird is I didn't get the no build zone next to the but you can place these respawn beacons in the lab actually, so that's probably why it didn't show up. I was just thinking I didn't see the no build zone when I was trying to use this on the island with the lab. So maybe it's like these don't work anymore. And we're just flying by some hidden bases, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I'll be right back. I don't think it's the trooper build that places mines, is it? I thought it was the Mentat. Maybe it's the Mentat that does the poison mine OMC. I'm not 100% sure. But I would imagine, I thought the same thing, and I don't know this for certain. But if I had to guess, I would imagine that those don't stay there forever. You know what I mean? And if you can only place one or two, it's really not that much of a deterrent. Whereas then if you were able to, like, actually slap down a chunk of mines inside of your base, that would actually be a deterrent, you know? Oh, buddy. Did we just have some interesting things happen, buddy? Think we'll get there in time? We'll find out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Weather alert.
Wicked coming in with 300 bits. You're a legend, man. First one to drop any sort of bits. Absolutely insane, man. Hey, we appreciate it. We hope you're doing well. We hope you're enjoying things around here. Hopefully we can get some action here right quick. Some action right quick, but hey, we appreciate ya. I gotta get down. Oh, whoa, whoa! Beautiful. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can cause some. Let's see if we can cause some trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if anybody else knows exactly where we're at. I've kept it on the hush hush because I've got a sinking feeling we've got some listening ears in the chat. But with this fucking storm pass already, so I can move freely, would be maybe just so fantastic here. Showtime! It's go time, go time, go time. What's it go time for? The boom booms. It's time to hit the boom boom. It's time to hit the boom boom boom. Oh, they better hope they got 4 of them over here this time, because we're going to break their stupid little base that they had built up. Oh, you guys like your stupid little base, huh? You like doing a 4v1, huh? You like being dickheads doing a 4v1, huh? Come on. Call in the troopers. Call in the troopers, Will. Where you at, Will? Yeah, buddy. Wasted about 5 minutes of your time. All that 5 minutes of time is mine now. Got him. We got him. Why does my guy not turn when I'm in the air? He doesn't turn. He keeps doing this, bro. Is that a new thing that they implemented? It's only a bug that I've seen since this freaking... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What, you guys thought you had a second hidden base that you could hide from me? No, no, no. Not today. Not today, Will. It's mine now. Hit him with the boom, 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 boom. This is faster, I'm pretty sure. It's not as flashy, but it's faster. Yes, that was one of the storms that knocks the shields, yes. Man, they got it all hidden but not blocked off at all, huh? What's with the dancing, Fringe? Oh, OMC, I wish you were here earlier to see us have to fight off 4 people and then have a couple of them come shit-talking in the chat thinking that they were something fighting poor little all me with all 4 of them. And here we are, back to destroy their progress. Your progress is my progress now. And guess what? I don't even want it. Actually, you know what I do want? These. I need to make some of these. Thank you. Thank you so much. If they thought I was a menace before, we've created a supervillain now. Who's getting thumpers this week? I think I am. I think I might be whipping the thumpers out, huh? Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. Innocent people get caught up in the thumping. Innocent people maybe get caught up in the base rating as well, but you know what?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wicked coming in with another 500 bits. Freaking insane, man. I don't know what to say, but thank you. I really appreciate it. You're wild. Yeah, you're absolutely insane. Even just the people watching, bro. Like honestly, it's been crazy. I can't tell you guys. I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate it. I don't think there's any reason to try and squeeze into that. Hey, we appreciate it. Those were automatically just slapped on there when I did all the affiliate paperwork that I had to do last night when we had to do all of that. But we appreciate it. Yulian, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Can always count on Yulian and Gamer49 to be asking just as much as Botrix for the like button to get hit. Wild. Let's do a quick flyby of this over here. I'm not sure how much time we would have left on any sort of like bases shields being knocked. Can't hide a base from me. Not with my handy dandy respawn beacon. We'll find you. I gotta learn to switch missile launcher and booster in the air. Shut up. Nobody's doing that, Tana. Ain't nobody's pulling that off. Bruh, I know it says don't link clips, but if you have a link to a clip of somebody who's literally in the air taking off their rockets, you're fucking I'm calling you. I'm saying you're lying, bro. I want to see it. No shot. No shot, dude. Just if you don't, it might ding you, so maybe don't send it. I don't know if it like dings you if you do it more than once, but maybe just tell me what to search. I don't believe it, man. I don't believe it. I'm looking for it now, OMC. Where's the timestamp of when he does it? Because, dude, I am not watching somebody else's content, bro. Like, honestly, shout out to his channel for real, like, dead ass. If that's happening there, you need to go watch that video because that's fucking crazy. But I snapshotted an image from a Reddit post, and literally the person who made the image copyright struck the video that I put that image on for 4 seconds. Bro, he didn't even like, bro, fuck. We ended up sorting it out, so I'm really like, I'm not like pissed off about it or anything. But it's like now I don't even mess around with that shit, dude. Absolutely not. And I don't have reach. I don't have reach to get something like that sorted. You know what I mean? I don't have reach to get something like that sorted out. So hell no. But hell yeah. Go check that video out. I was just skimming through it, and it was like an 8-minute video. It looked in-depth and well done. Hell yeah. Well, YouTube's a shoot first, ask questions later type thing, and I could have fought the strike in court. It was easier to just hit the guy up and resolve it. You know what I mean? And that's what I did, and he was, you know, amicable. But bro, to like issue a strike, I was like, I don't think like you realize what a strike is compared to a claim. A claim is one thing and a strike is another thing. And YouTube is shoot first, ask questions later on the strikes as well, which is crazy. So from high altitude, if you exit the ornithopter and you stand on top of it, you can switch rockets for storage as it falls. I like am gonna butcher the name so bad. I'm just gonna say it's Echo, but I'm like, it could be like Yeko. I don't know, man. I don't know, but yes, that's it. That's the name you want to search. It looks like a killer video. It looks like it was very well put together. Echo, yeah, okay. hey. I appreciate that, Wicked. Yes, Echo. That was my knee-jerk reaction, but it's like, I thought Lulian. I thought it was Lulian for a while, but it's Yulian. And I don't know if that's because the capital I in the beginning is just not got the little flanges on it, and I'm all sorts of confused. So I'm all in the Echo. Echo makes sense. Oh, you know what I can do? You know what I can do, actually? That's what I'll do. There. It starts at 19 seconds in, my bad, but I'm not watching it, but that's what you want to watch. That's what you want to watch. Oh, damn it, on YouTube, OMC, for some reason, it just immediately yeets the message, and it doesn't even put it on the bot recs to where I can see it. But if I do it on, if somebody puts a link on Twitch, it'll also delete it from the chat, but I can see the link on my bot recs. It's weird. Just hopping on here. How's the raiding going? You know, we haven't really gotten into any raids. We broke a couple of bases over there of some peoples. We didn't take, there was like 300 Stravidium in there. We just left on the ground. Let it despawn. Whatevs. We've got a spice. We've got, I mean, there's a lot of people building out in the deep desert, but they're just building little forward operating bases as of now. I haven't found any hidden bases. There's one all the way up on F9 up here, because there's a giant spice field over here, but this is presumably going to be empty unless this spice field pops off, and it's also presumably just something that isn't going to be full for very long. Like, that's for sure a guild's base that they plan on using to, you know, pop back and forth. That doesn't mean I won't go just break the shit out of it. That doesn't mean we won't go break the shit out of it, because you know what? I think we've turned full menace this week. It is on. We got 37 minutes until the reset happens, so I think we try and actually make it over here to the 1 section and then head up. We might have to end up parking somewhere over there. If you guys remember when this base got put up yesterday, it looked stupid as hell. And I don't know if they were planning on building it out. Let's see if we can put the headlights on this. I don't know if they were planning on building it out. Actually, let's get in this thing, because realistically, you can't even appreciate it just with the Ornithopter. I don't know if they were planning on building this thing out until after I talked shit to Arcadius. But this is actually this is really cool, dude. This is the coolest Harkonnen base I've seen. Get off. It's kind of hard to see at night, too. With the way they have these, like, little, like, flanges set up as the walls, and, some dickheads flying around. Just like the inside of this, it looks cool, bro. Like, Harkonnen always looks like shit, in my opinion, but this actually looks sweet. It looks like they've even got, like, rotating colors there. I like that, dude. I like that. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And I don't know if they did it because I was talking shit. I don't know if they did it because I was talking shit or if they build it out like that every week. That's the best looking Harkonnen base I've seen yet. For real. Exit at height. Pocket the Ornithopter and then respawn it. And when you respawn the free fall drop, it's in slowed. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely some stuff that I'd have to want to be practicing. I think, like, not anywhere where the sandworm can spawn, like, in the A section, you know what I mean? That's like an A section activity while you get the hang of it. You've been farming that Regis triple shot on your server? It's going for about 1.5 million, and you've already sold 4 of them. Damn, for real? Sykes got a server with an auction house that actually be popping. This auction house is broken. Those were the 2 forward operating bases that we just took down. There was nothing on that island. Presumably this is the next island that's in the PvP zone. I'm not for certain. I want to get to the 1 section and then cook it all the way down. That was the plan all along, was to fly down through to the 1 section and then fly up down to the I section. And then maybe even, like, kick it back, make a triangle, to kind of get at least like a glimpse of what's going on. You made your Haga Basin base mixed with Harkonnen and Atreides. It looks like it would be 10 people, but it's all yourself with the maximum amount of staking units. Nice. I love doing mega bases, man. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. I'm only like 40% done maximum with the base that we're trying to build outside in the Haga Basin, and like, man, we do need to end up putting some time in on that. I hadn't even thought about pocketing the Ornithopter and then respawning it though, Corey. That's a smart idea, because it drops so slow if you spawn it in the air. Honestly, like, if you're being chased down, I guess you could go from boosters to rockets and maybe surprise somebody that way. And that way you could boost all around. Because I'm thinking about it as like a grand escape. Like, you're being chased down and you swap from your rockets into your booster, and that way you can boost away. But if you're being chased, like, realistically, do you want to slow down to the point where they can just fire at you? You know what I mean? What is that? Oh, it's a cave. The glowing white walls on the cave always take me back. But now I'm starting to think of it like if you're rolling around with your booster and you see somebody on the island, you quick hop out, pocket, bring it out, swap your boosters for your rockets, and then you can go. Boom, 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 boom. Less defensive, more offensive. Interesting. What happens if it's moving laterally, OMC? I'm assuming you just fall off of it. It seems like it would be more offensive than defensive for sure. If you manage to catch like a big enough gap, but at that point it's like, do you want to let them close the gap just because you refused to, or just because you wanted to swap for your boost? I don't know. But I think trying to do something like that, you'll end up being able to gain the habit of pocketing your ornithopter midair in the first place, which is also something I need to start knocking out. Because if we could pocket an ornithopter midair at like max height, we could flip out a rocket and turn on somebody. Instead of trying to land on an island, I would basically just need to fly over an island. So that way when I do eventually land, I'm landing on an island. I'm guessing that's all safe zone, but it's really, really close to that spice field right there. Melange and good schematics have been selling really good on your server. That's a good point. It's like, Melange probably is always a good sell. And I don't think I've actually checked my server for schematics. I checked for the black market las gun last week, or the week that was out, and none of them were on the market, so... I didn't check for anything else, though. Just figured since that wasn't there, nothing else was. Nothing else worthwhile, anyways. But that's also, like... To be fair, that could be because of the timing when I checked it. Like, maybe a black market las gun sold previously. I don't know if it gives you the data for that, like if it tells you how many have sold and for what. But when I put mine up for sale, when I put my schematic up for sale, I didn't see any information like that. I wasn't looking very hard, though. Okay, this is the PvP zone. I bet you anything that's the safe zone. We got about 27 minutes here. Still not a safe zone? Okay, I'm a bit surprised. $3 million on your server, wow. I can't sit on it like an egg, damn. Unrevealed task. Alright, that's gotta be safe zone then. That is like such a big gap of desert. I'm like nervous. I don't want to cross it. These bastards better not drop the update early. Like they've never done that. Typically, they're right on time with the downtime. So we should realistically be able to bounce to this island and then up north. 190, see, it's so weird. It's so server dependent, and I think it depends on what servers are actually being hit the most with the dupers mixed with like the people who are actually camping the sites, you know. It's like a whole mixture of shit. It's brutal. Can't fly by a big bowl island and not step out of your vehicle and see if you can find any hidden treasures, huh? It's a big bowl of aluminum, so like realistically this would be the dumbest island for somebody to hide a base on. But also maybe the smartest island, because people would think like I think and say, why would somebody build here? But somebody built here, who knows? Who knows, but let's find out. Psych, yeah, went from 1,000 to 2,000. It should eventually even out. I think like about 3,500 to 4,000 for a spice melange is right around where it should be and would be regularly. But people weren't selling shit for melange on this server. Nothing. E6. Let me get up in the air and glide. I hit a base that had some stravidium fibers in it. E6? No. No, it wasn't E6. We destroyed the two bases on the island where that team of 4 was trying to 4v1 us. We caught one of their boys on that hill too. He's so lucky he fell off of it. You gotta be careful fighting people on a hill. You end up stunning them and they kind of like hit that animation and they'll fall right off the hill, bro, and then you don't get the effects of the stun. It's brutal. Somebody was farming spice. Perhaps they hit a base on this island. This looks like an island with a lab on it, though, don't it? There it is. Damn, that's a tiny no-build zone. Oh no, it's a fucking huge no-build zone. Why is that a no-build zone? It's a giant no-build zone. Top E6, bottom F6. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Damn, I wish I'd have known. I broke the 2 bases that we were picking at earlier. Oh, because it's like the entrance? That's weird. It would be like a no-build zone in a no-build zone. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I don't know. How many minutes we got? 20. Just about 20 minutes. Here in about like 15 max, bro, I'm gonna find an island to camp out on. Maybe we, maybe we fly out. Huh? Maybe we fly out. Huh? Who knows? Who knows? Like, I do want to hit up the up here, though. Ah. We'll fly out there. We'll fly out there post-update. Post-update. Post-haste, post-update. But I do want to get all the way out to this I1. I9 section? Yeah, I1. Get up here in this corner. There's like no land from there all the way up. That's like 2 sectors of just flat out sand. I believe that's the 1 section though, so that makes sense. Yeah, we're in H2 now. Oh look, this is a big bowl here too. Damn, like I want to get out and check this bowl, dude, but we're running low on time, so we'll swoop out to this island over here. This looks like it's gonna be another bowl. A lot of bowls on this side, and the bowls are where people like to hide their bases. Maybe not anymore though. Now that they know we've got them sussed out. Last week they might have felt safe, but we ended up catching them. Can the ornithopter scanners find chests in bases? I have no idea. No, I want to say. I doubt it. I'm not certain on that, but I mean, typically with the way people build on this server especially, like maybe not for your server, but on this server, everybody's base is just open as hell. This is another bowl, which is big. There is more land out there, though. It's 18 minutes. It's such tiny land. We're going for it, though. I do want to check it out. Let's swoop through to this and then swoop back on down to this. Realistically, Ember, it's probably just another forward operating base that they transport all of the ores from when they're done mining. That's about the only reason to even put down a base inside of the deep desert. Especially considering the safe zone is so damn close. Right next to a little half ship, huh? The half ships, I think, are easier to burn through. I know the PvP ships are 100% easier to burn through as a solo. Even as a group, obviously. Oh, man, dude. Raid them all, Cortez. That is the plan. That is the plan. We gotta find them and then raid them. We've got about 2 more forward operating bases on our list here. Due to the time limitations on the shields going down after a storm, how many walls do you need to prevent a raid in the deep desert base? If somebody was trying to prevent me from raiding a base, how many walls can I break in 6 minutes? And we're just going to assume it's the Atreides walls. How many of them could I break in 6 minutes as a solo? Because basically once you get 2 or 3 people in, there is no defending. You know what I mean? There's not enough walls that'll prevent a raid from happening. But as a solo, if they hid their sub-thief behind, I want to say 6 walls. If I couldn't get to their sub-thief or enough of their generators to break down, yeah, we got 14 minutes on the servers. I'm getting ready to land at this island. This will be the last island we stop at, Ray. Good call. You do need extra power, that's what I'm saying. So if I can't get to their sub-thief or break enough generators to knock the base down, damn, there's 2 control points on this island, so it's probably going to be impossible for people to even build here. So you would also have to hide your generators behind walls. Not impossible, just not likely. Plastanium walls. Oh, you mean plastone? Yeah, the plastone walls. Correct. If it wasn't plastone walls and it was like granite or chome walls, then I'd be able to break like probably twice the amount of walls. Right, and if you break enough generators to take the power offline, you can literally just raid the entire base for as long as you want. What walls are the strongest? The plastone walls. Here, we could take a look at it. So these walls have 4,000 health. These walls have 5,600 health, and these walls have 8,000 health. So I could probably break down at least 6 walls inside of the 6 minutes, and that kind of depends on if I can shoot at the base right when the shield goes down and I get the full 6 minutes, or if I've got to like hide from the storm for a minute. You know what I mean? There's a couple of factors that determine how many walls I'd be able to technically take out in the 6 minutes. Foundations are like 10,000 health on the plastone, I believe. The Regis triple shot rifle is a raiding machine behind the las gun. Oh, I'm sure it is. Even this like tier, even this triple shot right here, the 5-finger, I think it keeps up with the Ancient Way for sure. I think it does. And it like doubles the output of my Cope pistol for sure. So the next tier up from this, I bet that's wild. Yeah, we might have to check that auction house eventually, see if that's out there, or maybe try and run our luck at slapping down a schematic. Right, Sykes right. As a solo, if I went through the trouble to unlock this source of power ability, and I had this paired with a las gun, and I could even pair that with an energy capsule, I could probably, like you said, break 20 walls. So if you built a base over a pit and put your console there with generators and put several floors over it, 6+ thickness, your base might have a chance. It would draw so much attention from a guild that a guild would probably come in there. And the thing with this ability right here, that guild only needs one person with this ability, and it affects multiple people in their party. So they could have like 4 people with like fully boosted las guns, and they could probably realistically all break down the entirety of the base anyways. So that's why I'm saying, like, no, not really. And that's why the only bases you see being put out in the deep desert right now are these tiny forward operating bases that are very much so for a buggy to just mine titanium temporarily, and they take all of that stuff out before they log out. You know what I mean? Or that base that we saw all the way up in the corner that was essentially... the base we saw up in the corner that was essentially there for that big spice field. Right, a max mentat, and you could like fill up your party and then just absolutely blitz a base. But yes, if somebody built a base inside of this pit like 3 towers high and they just honeycombed the whole thing. Did they fix pentabases yet? That's all that it was in your deep desert last week. I don't know if they've fixed them yet, Wicked, but I've never seen one done properly on this server, so I don't know. The guild and the other players on this server are just not smart enough. They be doing some goofy shit. Even that guild with all the numbers on this server does some weird shit. Yes, there is, there's a level, there's an amount of, there's a certain amount of skills that you can, put together, which makes it to where you can just basically infinitely fire at the wall. Which is why even as a solo, if I had those 2 abilities running, I'd be able to shoot down 20 walls with the las gun because I could just basically continuously fire it. Correct, yeah. So that's why even as a solo, I might even, if I had the right build, be able to break into a base that big. But it would kind of depend on like RNG. So if you built the base up from the bottom, but you put the sub-fief somewhere in the middle, and I started at the bottom, and I never found the sub-fief or the generators that were hidden all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are things that you could do to like keep a solo person out of it, even with the proper build. But you get a guild or a small group in here, it's over. It's over. I'll be right back. Hey, Stu, is the server that I'm on very populated? No. No, there's about 1 guild out here, and even that guild... that guild, first off, has no competition, and they've dissolved and reorganized, like, twice now. So, no. Unfortunately not. I'm waiting for them to finally drop character transfers so I could transfer at least my character progress to another server that is popping with some guilds fighting each other, so we can maybe either join a guild or like be a solo menace, or even try and get people together to create our own guilds to throw like a third one into the ring there. You know what I mean? If you have the refineries, though, the chance of you hiding all of your generators good enough to stop a raid is super slim. I think, Psych, if you were doing something like that, you would be crazy to put refineries out here. I think it's crazy to put refineries out here in the first place. Like, realistically, they need to kind of incentivize the guilds to do that, though, by putting boosting the output from the refineries if they're built inside of the PvP zone would be nice. Something like that. And like, most definitely they need to give these people some traps, some shotgun traps, some mines to place down, something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. K-Stew, don't say stuff like that. Oh no, you feel like with all the bugs it's going to be a while before we get quality of life updates, such as deposit all water, which in my opinion should be like one of the easiest quality of life updates that they should have gotten out like after hour 1 of the game being released. I don't know what the hell is taking so long there. But you're right, and what's funny is I bring it up every single week. What sort of spaghetti code do you think is going to get messed up this week? Because for some reason, their entire code base spaghettis and strands throughout the entirety of the rest of their code base, and it's led to this problem where if they make a change over here, it breaks so many things over here. They stop a dupe over here, it opens up 4 more over there. Quality of life will come before the bug fixes. Honestly, the bugs I don't mind, but it's the game breaking bugs that are the problem. That's what I'm saying, Psych. That would actually make it to where the guilds could base up out here without having to worry about little old me coming in and very easily taking over their base. The hell I wouldn't still try to slowly take it out, but still, you know what I mean? You're right. And if they then paired that with a boosted refinery output, if you build in the PvP zone of the deep desert, I guarantee you would have guilds coming out and putting mega bases down out here so that they could get the boosted refinery output. Yeah. You'd think this is Funcom's first game. Actually, if this was Funcom's first game, I'd be incredibly impressed. I'd be insanely impressed. So I don't know about that one. Smoka, hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. We've got About 0 minutes left here until 2 hour downtime, unfortunately. And you know what blows my mind about these things is that we don't get I don't understand why they don't give us the patch notes until after they put the update out. The fact that people are buying Spice Melange from the market for anywhere between 1 and 1,000 Solari is wild. People people must have sold so much of it, stocked up for months to come. You're right, 100% right. Deck. Yeah, you're right, 100%. It's a problem. The economy's been thrashed, dude. For real, for real. We're doing all right. You do like the idea of boosted output for the PvP areas. I think that's an excellent idea. You got to incentivize the guilds to build out there for some reason. I wasn't the one who came up with that. Somebody in the chat pointed out that first, and it's really smart. But yeah, you're 100% right. I didn't get any of the Spice Melange for 1,000 apiece, bro. I wish I did. Right, we could read the patch notes while we waited. I don't get it, Droid. Honestly, they're deploying the patch right now. Right now, they're in the process of implementing the patch. Do you know what that means? That means they know what the patch is. So there's literally actually zero reason right now, aside from they just want to hold on to it until it's out. Oh, because let's play devil's advocate here. Maybe if they dropped the patch notes before they put the patch out, and they weren't able to implement what was in the patch notes, people would be like, why did you say you could implement this if you couldn't? Does that make sense? So maybe this is just like a way for them to cover their ass in case there's no way they can't get like what they're trying to work through in. It just guarantees what came out is what came out. Does that make sense? You really hope character transfers come sooner rather than later, especially since the player base has dropped off since launch? It's a really good question. It's a really good point. Okay, give me a minute here. I'm gonna sit down. I think I'm getting sick, man. Oh. Hello? Can you hear me? That might be a little bit too high. Oh, I just wanged that cord, bro. Let me know if we're getting any sort of Oh god. Let me know if we're getting any sort of the feedback. I don't know what the hell to think about it, bro. I don't know what to call it. Damn it. Where's the mic even at? I gotta pull that in closer. This is how I know I have it in the right spot because of where it's at on the camera. All right, there it is. All right. OMC always looking out, saying, don't forget to eat. You look like you're losing weight. I don't know. I don't weigh myself often, so I don't know. What was I on Google looking up? You think it's more of a like, who doesn't like surprises kind of thing with the patch notes? That's funny, Corey, considering some of the surprises is the fact that they might slap a control point down where your base was previously. Your server's not down? Yeah, we're down, Stoner. We're down. They might not publish the patch notes because they fear their servers are compromised by hackers. They could just avoid publishing the portions of the patch notes that have to do with like addressing any of the hacks, you know what I'm saying? They just need the ability to visit other server deep desert so you can play with whoever, but still keep your Haga Basin base. I think that would be a problem, Psych, actually. I think that would be a massive problem, bro. That would, yeah, I tried editing a video the other day, Psych, and I had my camera too big. It was, like, way in the way. It was, like, massively in the way. Oh, you know what? OMC as well is the light that we had literally burnt out, so we have different lighting on us right now. So the green screen is, I think, cutting a little bit more of my my skin off than if that makes sense. It's cutting a little bit more of my side off than it was before. Surprises in the notes and surprises not listed in the notes. It's a win for them. You're so right. You just log on to find out you're inside of a PvP zone. What's funny is their last patch notes were... This is what their last patch notes said. And this was, no, that's a hotfix. 1.1.15. Okay, never mind. The patch notes were steeper than I thought. The hotfix was short. I opened up a new tab for a reason, and I don't know what. Oh, dude. Hold up. I'm turning into a wraith. OMC, you might be onto something. Check this out, though. This guy brings up on Discord, he says, can we get some sort of official statement as to whether or not the D6 shipwreck is going to turn into PvP for all the people who built their bases there? What's he talking about, D6 shipwreck here? Is that not PvP currently? There's a control point just south of where I built up as well. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine if the if the safe zone gets popped up into the zone we're built in again? Instead of me and Arcadius working together, it's going to be me versus Arcadius to get the loot. Server downtime, 2 freaking hours here. Oh, that's what I pulled up. That's what I pulled it up for. Steam charts. How we looking on the Steam charts? Damn, bro. Once humans getting thrashed on the Steam charts. Sucks to suck, dude. Dune's doing worse. I mean, I guess it has a higher 24-hour peak than Once Human. Oh. I guess it's so low right now. I'm an idiot, bro. It's so low right now because everybody just got booted off the servers. I'm a dumbass. I'm stupid, bro. I got it now. It was at like 40 or something thousand before it shut down, realistically, which is like 2x what Once Human's at. People are building on the outskirts of the wreck and farming it for these schematics. Is that what's going on D6? Shit, let me pull that map back up. Is that wreck not PvP? I'm confused. Is it really not PvP on that map? Here, let me pull the map up so you guys can see it as well. Like, here's where we're based up at right here in E5. And here's the shipwreck. Is this not PvP? And then here's a control point, which is a PvP zone. And then what is this little red square right here? You know? Could be a big patch because it's 2 hours. I'd imagine it's going to be something fairly substantial. I'm not entirely sure. I wish they'd give us the patch notes so we can kind of know what's coming, but have they ever finished a downtime early? I don't think so. If they have, I think they just write it out anyways. Oh, so not the entire island that this thing sits on is a PvP zone. Okay. Bro, if somebody's dumb enough to build there and they're now on the Discord, like, is that gonna turn into a PvP zone? Bro, they deserve to get raided. That's what I'm saying. Not at all, psych. I'm right there with you. You're a dumbass. Stupid. I had no sympathy for when they moved the control point. I had no sympathy for those bases either. And that was mainly because my base was caught up in that debacle as well. We were lucky enough to get our shit out, but... I guess this is a hot fix to the misaligned PvP and PvE Rex and labs. I'm wondering if it's going to... I'm wondering if it's going to end up swapping anything. That'll be interesting. If it ends up moving the PvP zone, like let's just say for shits and giggles, it moves the PvP zone over here. You would think in your head this is going to be an easy raid on the Deep Desert Police Department that's posted up right here, or whatever they want to call themselves. But I almost guarantee you Arcadius's ass is going to be on. I almost guarantee it. Arcadius is a machine, bro. I don't know. He's a machine. I almost guarantee he's going to be on. So that would end up turning this into a hot mess right over here. I haven't checked to see if people were building around it, Droid. Now I'm curious. I wish I was over there to check. Unfortunately, we're logged out like... Bro, we're logged out like right here, aren't we? And what? It's D7? Oh, look at that. Fuck, bro. I wonder, does that carry up to above the surface, or is it literally only below the surface? That makes me wonder if it's possible that somebody could have built there. What did they say on Discord? Are they going to fix the misaligned what? What was the misaligned PvP ship? This one right here. It looks like, oh. Is this the PvP zone that's supposed to be on this PvP ship over here? But it's just down here in the middle of the island. And what's funny is that they data mine this game. So the data mine picks up that this is not in the right spot. Yet somehow it gets through QA, somehow it gets through the devs, somehow on these handcrafted servers, they're not 100% certain. Handcrafted POIs and POI placement, they're not even 100% certain if the PvP zones lined up. So people are just clocking in, bro. They just clock in, clock out, clock in, clock out. It's a problem with a lot of games nowadays. What website is this? This is Dune Gaming Tools is what I'm on here. I always forget I can link it. Stupid. Boom. Boom. This map that it has pulls from the Planetologist app. I'm not 100% sure what that URL is. I don't feel bad for raiding at all, psych. Not at all. If somebody builds in the PvP zone, they're asking to be raided, bro. It's maybe like during week 1 and week 2 when the safe zone was all the way down here and you had to fly 10,000 meters out, so it made sense for you to have like a little tiny base out here. Like maybe I felt a little bad then, but now that the safe zone's been literally kicked out halfway across the deep desert, there's zero reason that you should be based up. Actually, the only reason you should put a base down is to slap just a little forward operating base down that you're only using temporarily. And then you mine some ore, fill up, mine ore, fill up, mine ore, fill up, and then you roll out. And then you take all your shit out. And then you either just leave the base, whatever, it's going to be broken by the time you get back on, you know what I'm saying? Don't leave your shit in there. That's the only reason to build a base inside of the PvP zone. And what's funny is they put these giant ass titanium ore nodes literally half a tile into the deep desert. So realistically, you would have to get jumped on by an entire guild. If I come in here and I'm flying down on an assault ornithopter, it got canceled. Ray got it canceled. Huge. Absolutely huge. Ray made the calls, he pulled the strings. But if I dive down and I shoot my rockets at an assault ornithopter right here, the chances that they make it to the safe zone is practically 100%. No, these circles are land masses, I think. I think these circles are land masses. But I don't honestly know. Or like mountain peaks, I don't know. I wish they were people's bases. Oh, the D6 debacle? Yeah, I didn't feel bad. I didn't feel bad, and I think it was mainly because I spent like 4 hours waiting for a storm to hit, and then it wasn't even until the Coriolis hit that we were able to take out the rest of them. So, like, those people had all day, literally all day to get their shit out of there, and we spent like a good 40 minutes defending a base from Arcadius before we inevitably raided the base with Arcadius. But that's beside the point. We spent like 30 minutes to an hour defending it. Are you serious? You're joking, right? No, fuck. You guys aren't joking. Oh my gosh, dude. They're like, stop the presses, bro. Because if we move the PvP zone, people's bases are going to be raided again, dude. Stop everything. Oh my gosh, dude. You've got 30 seconds after they pass the safe zone to kill him, and he's got 30 seconds to survive in the safe zone. Yeah, but the 30 seconds is plenty of time, dude. It honestly, with the amount of damage that you have to do to fully knock an ornithopter out of the sky, dude, they could realistically probably just hover over to the nearest island in the safe zone and then fly. Stoner, they literally canceled the update. And I think, like Droid said, we've just confirmed why they don't push the patch notes. I think we did. Ray actually pulled the strings and got the update canceled. He said he would. He said he would. And he did. I think the developers panicked. I think the developers saw some of the people in the Discord talking about bases possibly being raided again, and they panicked and they were like, "Hold on, dude. Let's run a double check here." I agree, Pat. I totally agree. But with the update on the deep desert wipe here, you can clearly see that they didn't even they didn't put the PvP zone in the right spot. So even if they change it with the wipe, dude, they don't do it right then either. So crazy. But I agree. Since it's already messed up, it should just be something that rolls in. They seem that impulsive. This is my first experience with Funcom, I think. And yeah, they're wild, man. They're just about as goofy as the players we have on our server. You know what I mean? They're just about as goofy as the players we have out here in the Do Gap. With some of the bases that we've seen, bro, we got some goofballs.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of...
I know, Stoner. I was getting excited too leading into that update. I was getting excited too leading into the update after I saw some people on the Discord. Mine's offline too, psych. In the Discord here, let me pull up the official message that they said here. Give me a minute. Oh. What's the date today? I'm an idiot, you guys. Everybody calm down. Ray, you fucking debated me. You debated me, Ray. Let me show you what I'm looking at here and and show you why I thought let me show you what I'm looking at here and show you why I thought they canceled it. Damn it, Ray, you son of a bitch, Ray. Here. Nope, not that. Don't move that. Whoa, everything probably just looked weird there for a second. Bear with me. Okay. I come into this channel here, which is the service alerts on their Discord, and this says new. It says new. So in my brain, I'm already saying that this is new, and it says, we'll deploy a hotfix tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. And so after hearing Ray say they canceled it, bro, immediately after seeing this, and it says freaking new right here, it says freaking new right here, I'm like, oh shit, they did cancel it, dude. But if you take a second look, let's all pause for a second and take a second look here. They posted this yesterday at 7:37 a.m. So, my bad. My bad. The servers are down. Oh, I'm with you, Stoner. We're going to check. I don't know if anybody was dumb enough to build over there, but we're going to check. What's funny, Droid, is I believed it. I full believed that they canceled it. So let's refocus here. It's mainly that tile, isn't it? It's D6 again. What's funny is it's D6 again that's gonna get hit. You guys, we have D6 debacle number 2. There's only supposed to be one D-Day, but we may be walking directly into a second D-Day here. Can you believe that? Let me pull this up again, damn. I don't know what that ads was, dude. I just saw some faces flickering all over the place. Everybody settle down. We got it here. It was way up there. Wow. Wow. Oh, dear. It's on the D6 tile again. And some people might be building right here because they're complete and total morons. in this little broken square right here. Right? This square made it through QA, made it through the developers on their handcrafted POIs, and is somehow shifted down to the left and put right here. So this is the #1 spot to check, I believe. But if they also do a rework here, where would this go? Do you think that this would just get deleted? This would be a second spot to check to see if they somehow messed up and instead of deleting this zone, pushed it elsewhere. I'm wondering if on this D7 tile here, that PvP zone people are saying only activates when you go down the second set of stairs. So that means it's not at the top at all. So people could build at the top, but they technically have a PvP zone below them, aside from the fact that the lab doesn't let you build. So I'm wondering if that just gets deleted or possibly moved in some way, shape, or form, and what that may entail, what that might cause. You built your base yesterday next to a PvP zone? No way. Like mid? That's weird. What zone were you in? Do you remember? That shotgun in the Deep Desert Shipwreck is a fire, and you can stack poison and fire. I thought it was bleed. The D6 guy needs to be walked out. Whoever's crafting these D6 tiles, dude. Look, this tile was so easy for him to craft, bro. It's an empty sand tile with one shipwreck on it. Okay? How did you accidentally slap the PvP zone in the wrong spot? Oh yeah, that's definitely a get the hell out of there type situation for sure. Anno, for sure. I thought the shotgun was bleed, psych, and so now I'm curious, does it penetrate shields? Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that they might end up shifting something around and a control point might shift. So realistically, we need to get back to our base ASAP. But even more so, I'm curious as to if they move the PvP zone around onto that ship. Are we going to be able to take somebody down? Alejandro coming in with the sub over on YouTube. We appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. You know, with the YouTube subs, when they come in, I never actually know if they're watching the live stream or if they're watching another video. But either way, we appreciate you being here. The bleed gun is drill shot called the penetrator. Is it really? No shot. I want it. Oh, I'm literally on the site. I pulled up another tab to look at it, and I'm on the site. I'm not seeing the penetrator, bro. Where is the penetrator? It's not out this week. Is that what I'm figuring right now? Damn it. Damn it. There's no penetrator this week. Any idea what they're patching? Alex, Allison, if only they would drop the patch notes that they're literally implementing right now as we speak so that we could read them during the downtime. Other than that, like, honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. Hold up. Let me pull that map back up. So actually, I do have a bit of a prediction as to what they might be changing. Here, real quick. Hold up. Hold on it. Right there. We might be walking into another D6 debacle here because currently, as you can see, this is the deep desert map, and on tile D6 there is an uncovered shipwreck, and these are typically meant to be PvP enabled, but if you look in, you can see that the PvP zone that's meant to be on this shipwreck is not on this shipwreck. And because of that, some million IQ individuals thought it would be a brilliant idea to build up and around this shipwreck. And we may now be walking into a situation where they move this PvP zone back to where it belongs, and that might actually lead to a whole nother situation where we can raid bases that weren't built anticipating being able to be raided. D6 cursed, confirmed, absolutely. You gotta wait till marriage to get that gun. Know if the Hummingbird unique assault assault wings are worth it. I'd have to be able to actually look and compare them, because yesterday during the live stream we were talking about the differences between the wings, and with the Scout Ornithopter in specific, the unique wings are actually worse. The tier 6 unique wings are actually worse than just the regular tier 6 wings. Like, as surprising as that information is, I was arguing with people during the beginning of the stream, and then finally I looked into it, and sure as shit, the tier 6 wings are like substantially worse. The unique ones are substantially worse than just the regular ones. And the same thing might be happening with the assault, but I'd have to be able to look at the two to be able to tell. I'm not certain. It's not even just it seems worse on the unique tier 6 scout wings. It's like the numbers say they are worse. A tier 4 regular ornithopter wing has the same turn speed and the same like maneuverability or whatever those two stats are as the tier 6 unique. The tier 6 unique has a faster glide speed, but well, apparently, Scott, what happened is those wings initially, the tier 6 unique scout wings were initially faster than the regular tier 6 wings, but apparently they did some sort of like wing update, but in doing that wing update, they never adjusted the unique version of the wings. But that's just me going off of like stuff I've heard here. I don't know if any of that's for certain. Yeah, don't put those on your those tier 6 wings on thinking they'll be better. You can look at the numbers on it and compare. Oh, I'm talking about Albatross. Electros is right. I am talking about Albatross. It's a really good point. That's why I said I'd have to look at the actual numbers. I'm wondering if there's tier 6 Hummingbird Scout wings that perhaps line up, or if those, in fact, are screwed as well. They definitely balanced one thing without taking another thing into account, and it screwed some things up. That's for certain. How big do you guys think the update's going to be? Any predictions? I'm guessing it's going to be another like just 1.3 gigabyte update. And I bet there's going to be like nothing much in the patch notes. I'm curious as to what they're going to do, but it's so interesting that they keep deciding to do this. I don't know why they don't do these updates during the Deep Desert release and just bring it down for like 2 hours rather than having the Deep Desert respawn in 15 minutes. Right. Like Electros is saying, it actually doesn't line up anymore. And the maneuverability is thrashed. How can they have spent like 2 years designing this game and not understand problem making changes on the PvP zones would have? OMC, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's because the developers of this game and the developers of mini games nowadays especially with these bigger AAA studios. This is less of a fact with the smaller studios. But a lot of these developers are not treating these games as passion projects. They have zero interest or zero passion in these projects. They clock in, they do what they're told, they clock out. That's it. They treat it like a job. Dead ass. And how is this? How can I guarantee for a fact this is what happened inside of Dune Awakening? Because I'm telling you, the developers did not play this game for more than 4 hours without grinding. They didn't play this game grinding, playing the actual game for 4 hours, not even 4 hours, without giving themselves water, giving themselves materials so they didn't have to grind. How do I know this for certain? Because honestly, I think if they played the game for even 2 hours, putting in an actual grind, they would have realized that they need to put a deposit all button onto the cisterns. That is like the most blatant red flag that they didn't play their game, because it is the most obvious thing. It is something that everybody runs into, bro. Anybody who tried to put multiple literjons of water into their cisterns quickly found out that they had to smash their button about 100 times, which is just absolutely insane. Okay, good morning. Hope you're doing well. You agree? Scapegoat. How you doing? Good to see you. You agree? Why? Also, why did they reset the server? Right after the hotfix? That's a good point. Some of the regions get absolutely screwed over with the timing on the server reset, and then it goes update and then server reset. So it's like downtime for 2 hours, and then you're on for like 30 minutes, and then you have a server reset. I think that's actually going to happen to us. That is going to happen to us. We came down at 1, we're going back on at 3, and the reset's at 4. Thankfully, the reset's only like 10 or 15 minutes, but they don't know how to balance PvP. 100%. It's like, no. They don't know how to incentivize PvP either. I don't, Tano. No. Not one of these devs played the game for more than 2 hours. Legitimately. They might have played for more than 2 hours when they're spawning themselves in water and they're spawning themselves in ores and they're flying around with their ornithopters. But dead ass, bro, if they played for more than 2 hours, if they played for more than 2 hours and they didn't notice that there needs to be a deposit all button on the water cistern, then I think they're in the wrong fucking field trying to develop games. Dead ass. What time is it where we're at, Kay? It's 1:30 a.m. 1:40. It makes no sense at all, Droid, and it's something that you would have noticed if you even played the smallest amount of time into this game, putting an actual grind in. And that just tells me that they don't care enough to put the actual grind in, bro. And then like it's problem. And I could go on and on and on. And a lot of the times it sounds like I'm bitching about the game because I hate the game. That's not the case. There's shitloads of hours to put into this game, and this game is actually a really solid foundation. I'm more so bitching because I want to see it actually turn the solid foundation into a proper empire, rather than like just squandering the foundation. You know what I mean? No. 9:30 a.m. for you, so it's not that much of a problem with the update. That's not too bad. This is about the time we're typically on. It's not that big of a deal for us either. You hate extracting your decaliter, John. You fill about 10 to take into the deep desert, and you're just sitting there spamming. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Reaper. They'd run into that ASAP had they put any time in. Dust, I feel you on that. I get you there, Dust. I didn't start actually like caring about how many times I had to hit deposit all, or how many times I had to hit deposit until we started cooking like aluminum, I think is when I was like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Some of the systems make perfect sense, some make none, but you think, no, 100%, Droid, 100%. Nice, from Germany. Hello, hello. I often, because of the times that we go live, and every time previously that we've like done strings of live streams, it's always seemed to land on this overnight run here, and I always get people over on the east side of the world. Norbert, for example. Norbert will stop by sometime eventually. Norbert will be here. My Austrian brother. I hope he's doing well. He's the OG of OGs, here since the very first string of live streams. Ano. Imagine calling Germany east side of the world. Hey, get over it, bro. Okay, I'm on the west, they're on the east. If I go west, I'll run into them. I'm fucking right no matter what direction I picked, okay? Except for if I said north. If I said north, I'd have been fucking wrong because I'd have just kept going and going, huh? Hey, bro. Hey, you guys are east relative to where I'm at, and you're west relative to where I'm at. That's good. You guys are fucking goofballs. 200 hours in as a solo and you just got to the deep desert. See, Melvin, that's a really good point. And that's the point that I'm making is like, sorry, didn't mean to slam my stuff there. I'll bitch and bitch and bitch about all of the problems that I have with the game. But like Melvin's bringing up, there's hundreds of hours of content inside of the deep desert. And for a multiplayer survival game, it's really good. And it's so funny that I can even say that with just how redundant the PvE is. Like, because this is probably my second biggest point of contention with this game is that the PvE seems like it was developed as an afterthought, right? Because it's the same in the early game as it is in the mid game, as it is in the late game, and then you jump into the deep desert and the PvE is literally the same as it's been throughout the entire game, except for now it's a bullet sponge cranked up to 10. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I blame that on our public schooling system, and that's exactly why we're not putting our kid through the public school. We've been homeschooling him. Public school failed me, bro. Failed everybody. Indoctrination camp is like what I like to call it. But what was I saying, dude? Oh yeah, the PvE is too redundant, and then in the deep desert, it's basically just a bullet sponge. So surprisingly, there's still hundreds of hours of content, even though the PvE grind that you're doing is the same over and over and over again, and still you can pull hundreds of hours out. So the bones are solid here. Definitely a solid foundation. And me bitching, the reason I bitch, bro, is because it's like you gotta the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring it up so they hear you and fucking fix some of the problems or at least start to address them, you know? Homeschooling is 100% the way to go, OMC. Psych, I think you're right. Watch the very first expansion be full on PvE. I had somebody in the chat yesterday or the other day bringing up that they think that there's going to be a new PvP zone with the first expansion. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. We're on Twitch. Is it better to stream on Twitch or YouTube or for reach? Oh, Dust. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second. I'll be right back, and then I'll talk all about that. Bro, the problem with schooling, the problem I have with schooling, and I see this with my kid, and what happened to me would be the same thing that happened with my kid. And all throughout school, dude, I had this problem. I'd be bored. I'd be bored. And the problem specifically with American schooling is they dumb that shit down to like almost the lowest common denominator. And that causes problems, right? So if we're doing spelling, for example, because like I said, this happened from grade school into pre-high school and then high school, right? Middle school, whatever you want to call it. Junior high, whatever the hell you call it, wherever the hell you at, everybody calls it something different. But it's like they drop down to the lowest common denominator, which slows down the curriculum. So if you're already, the way I like to learn, bro, is like quick and dirty. You know what I'm saying? And if we're having to like reiterate over topics over and over and over and over and over again, I lose interest, bro. So I'm not paying attention anymore. So I would like refuse to do any of my homework, but then we'd jump in on the tests and I would ace the tests. Like the tests were no problem because I knew the fucking information, but we're sitting here and now I'm just in school basically rotting my brain out. And I see it with my kid too. My kid's fast as hell, bro. And if we dropped him in a public school, he'd be so bored, bro, just being dumbed down to the lowest common denominator. And like nowadays with schools, they've turned into like indoctrination camps. So the problems I have with schools aren't even stemming from the whole where they're at nowadays, you know, but no, that's right, Asmoka. That sucks. There definitely needs to be more homeschooling rights. But you know, if you're out on the if you're out on other countries, I can't speak for what y'all got going on, you know what I mean? But you're not wrong. Dirty Mike? Dirty Mike, is that you? Dirty Mike and the boys? Is that the Dirty Mike who I was talking to yesterday? Could it be? Well, and that's a problem, droid. Like you're not learning in that, and you're not flexing your brain in that system. Unfortunately. All right, so jumping back to the question, what is it? I missed the damn question here. It's way up there, isn't it? It was about streaming on Twitch versus streaming on YouTube. So Twitch is a weird game, you guys. Like this, like let's be real. I've tried playing the Twitch game twice now prior to this, and I also tried playing the Kick game once now prior to this. And both of those streaming platforms are incredibly strange, right? So growth on Twitch up until this time around, I thought was practically impossible. Same goes for Kick. Whereas on YouTube, this is now every single time that I've done a stint on Twitch or I've done a stint on Kick, I've also done a stint on YouTube. We're typically multi-streaming. And on YouTube, the thing happens where I end up getting like, even when we weren't getting any viewers, it was like throughout the live stream, we would get like 1 or 2 people on YouTube who would stop by and chat for a little bit. Like I'm saying, we got Norbert, our Austrian brother, bro. I'll never forget Norbert. You know, Norbert was here when nobody was in the chat and we're just streaming Apex for the very first time. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're just streaming, honestly, you want to multi-stream first off, and you're probably going to run into more just natural stream growth on YouTube. The Twitch game, if you're like if you're insistent on jumping into Twitch or jumping into Kick, what you're realistically going to want to do, and this is the only way that I've ever found success on Twitch, and you're going to be mad hearing this because it's the only advice that anybody ever has, is you've got to push people from one platform over to Twitch. When we started talking about Dune Awakening, we had 13 followers on the Twitch account. Before we even went live for the first time on Twitch with Dune Awakening with our speed run, we had gotten that up to like 23 or 28 followers. I remember telling my wife, I was like, this is actually wild. Using my YouTube videos, I've managed to push 15 people to go and follow the Twitch channel, which was insane. And so I kept telling her, I was like, I don't know. I've got like high hopes for this like streaming stint that we're getting ready to push off on Twitch. And so if I were starting from scratch right now and I had 0 followers and 0 anything, I'm not even sure that I would do live streams, to be honest. Live streaming is also kind of like a skill that you've got to like build up on as well. So maybe you do. Because if you go back, I don't even know if I have my live streams public anymore, but if you go back and they are public and watch like my very first live streams, like they're awkward. I've got nobody talking, you know, you start off rough and the same thing with YouTube videos, bro. So starting off on YouTube videos, your first dozen videos are going to be rough. If you go back on my channel, my first dozen videos are rough, dude. Hold up. Let's actually pull it up. We got some rough content out here. So if I was going to start it up, dude, I would start it up on YouTube for sure. Because just if you're running it on Twitch, realistically, you're probably going to have a hard time. If you pizza when you're supposed to French fry, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, damn, dude, let's look at this. That ain't pretty. That ain't pretty, bro. We popping off with Fortnite 6 years ago. Pro tips for arena mode. 135 views. I'm surprised. That actually wasn't even the first video either. There's one hidden. Bro. This one right here. Look at this shit. Yeah. We don't run the ad blocks. Oh my god, look at this, bro. What is happening? Let me change it so y'all can hear the thing. Oh my god, dude. No, bro. What is happening? Look at this, bro. I'm in my room recording off of a laptop monitor. So that's kind of like the point I'm trying to get at as well, dude, is it's like you got to start somewhere, get it done, you know what I mean? So if you're going to do it on Twitch, do it on Twitch. If you're going to do it on YouTube, do it on YouTube, bro, but you got to start somewhere and just get it done, bro. Just do it. Just do it. I do want to point out that though that years ago I thought to myself, I was like, I'll start a YouTube channel because I'd love to make some money gaming. And I'm going to be so dead ass with you guys. I literally game now less than I ever have before in my entire life. That's changed slightly with what we got going on with Dune. But this is a 21-minute video here. Oh my god, the audio is so bad.
This game's been up and running since 2014.
I did something goofy in this, didn't I? No, maybe it was the live stream. We had a live stream where I put my head on the character. Long story short, bro. It's gonna start off rough. It's always gonna start off rough, but that doesn't mean don't start it, you know what I mean? I doubt it, Asmoka, I doubt it. We never really had a Fortnite video pop off. Even those Elder Scrolls videos now sitting at like 1,000 views, that's got to be inflated from like the past or from like the future. Those didn't hit 1,000 views when I posted them. We didn't hit 1,000 views with that mic quality when we posted them in that audio quality, but we was still out there doing it. And I'm sitting there like whispering because at the time we was fucking just in a spot. Why was it snowing on stream, Psych? Why was anything happening? Why was anything happening in that video? Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. I think it was dude, honestly, I don't even know, man. Honestly, I haven't even the slightest idea. I was like, this will add some flair to the camera. I don't know about that, OMC. That sort of like embedding stuff kind of turns into situations where any of your growth isn't natural, and isn't sustained growth. Like, so the problem that I have with my channel is I bounce around, dude. So as you saw, even just looking back at that, we started with Fortnite, and then we were doing Elder Scrolls, and then I did some old school RuneScape, and then I did some Temtem, and then I was bouncing all over the place. So did I start streaming while I was working full time? I wasn't working full time. I was working part time at UPS. I was loading up packages inside of the hub, waiting for my opportunity to jump in the truck and go driving and make some real money. It just so happened that when I finally got my opportunity to jump in the truck, my wife was pregnant. We had a kid on the way, and so I didn't want to drive for 16 hours a day. The money that I could have made from UPS, which those drivers make an absolute astronomical amount of money, and the money that I could have made from there wasn't worth the time that I'd have been giving up with the kid. So I had him pull me back to the hub, and then we like went to go learn coding for a little bit, bounced around with that, and then eventually landed out here. I was still working full time up until just recently. I've come back to the house to run the homeschooling with the kid and take care of the house home keep. So when I get off of the live stream, bro, what I do is I go out and I clean, bro. I can never keep up with the damn cleaning, dude. It's crazy. I got you, Dusty. I don't even remember who initially asked the question. I don't remember. Was it Dust who initially asked the question? I don't remember. But I'm right there with Dust. Even if I wasn't making money, or if we had 10 people here watching, even if we had no people here watching, bro, we'd probably still be running the live stream, or at least like playing and putting out the videos. So I'm right there with Dust. I assumed that you were both. I assumed that. And so you're right. It's streaming is weird, bro. Like honestly, it's so weird. And this is what I keep iterating. I don't understand the Twitch game, dude. Jumping into Twitch and live streaming feels like jumping into a new freaking world, a new universe. I don't quite know the ups. Whereas I've been on YouTube for 6 years now, so I feel comfortable over there. Over on Twitch, and streaming on Twitch is weird. But when I first started streaming on YouTube, and this is back to the initial question here, which is why if I was starting over, I probably would mainly stream on YouTube and then multi-stream to other platforms just to be on those other platforms. And that's because on YouTube, you could, even as a brand new streamer, end up landing like 10, 15. I think I remember Apex Legends back in the day when I had just started picking up streaming for the first time, and you guys saw the old quality. So picture how the quality of the streams was, and we would still manage to like land 12 on sometimes. Stoner lands up, wakes up early to get some grinding done, and gets smacked with the update. Brutal. Hey, Sir Bane, coming in from the UK. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Any news on the update yet? No, Talk. Unfortunately not. Let me check. Nope. Service alerts. Is that where it was? So, the servers will be taken offline 59 minutes ago. We're about halfway through the approximated downtime. I don't think they've ever dropped an update early and ended a downtime early. I don't also think that they've ever been late. News on the update is confidential. It's completely sealed off until the update is live. It's the strangest thing. My advice, Bane, would be to, I guess it kind of depends on what your end game goals are. If you're a PvE player, my advice would be to take it nice and slow. Enjoy your time. in the Haga Basin. There's hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin. If you're running in for PvP, my advice would still maybe be take it slow, see if any sort of like real balance starts to happen, any sort of like real risk versus reward. You're going for the PvP for endgame. Maybe you rush it then, like honestly, maybe you find like a guild or something, but you're gonna have to get those levels in. So if you're trying to rush directly to endgame and say that you find a guild to join, you might want to go like hit up the flax fields, and then class questing is fairly good. Also, realistically, you'll probably want to work through that main story quest as quickly as possible. And I say as quickly as possible, that's still like 40 hours. That's still like 40 hours of that main story quest. They've been late 2 weeks ago. Servers were down for 4 hours. A Smoka, don't say that. That must have been a night I was not on. 4 hours, that's brutal. Oh, we better not run into a 4-hour downtime. Did I already get the schematic for the new sniper? No, I haven't tried to get any of the schematics. That's definitely the fun of it, Droid. That's why I like running in solo as well. That's a good point Sykes making, but if you're just kind of rolling into the game, I guess that's a good point. Because if you roll in and... I guess you're right. If your plan is to join a guild, you might want to find one first, because it's not guaranteed that the server you get on is going to have any good guilds to join. And especially, you might not have any that are actually interested in the PvP. Hey, Kupara coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome. 300 plus damage in the new sniper. Okay, good. So we know for a fact that the website was misrepresenting what the damage on that thing was. Do you know exactly how many above 300 it is? And is it a 3-shot just the same? Like 3 rounds in the gun? Well, I was assuming that there was no chance it went over 2 hours, but Asmoka just pointed out the fact that apparently they've been late before, so fingers crossed. We've only got 60 minutes remaining.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
I don't mean does it shoot 3 bullets on like the horizontal spread. It's got 3 bullets in the gun. I'm just wondering how many above 300 it is. Because the sniper, the triple shot that I have is at 270. So if it's at like 370, bro, that's wild. That is probably absolutely going to blitz through the walls. Even at 270, the sniper I have breaks walls like crazy. You're trying to build up architect items to do the building contest. I see. I'm not certain what you mean by architect items. Do you mean like the building schematics that you can pick up from the Harko village and the Atreides area, Arkeen? Yeah. I'm assuming you need money for that. So, best money in the game. I don't know if they've patched this out. If they haven't, literally, you'd probably be able to earn enough money to craft those builds super fast, is the tier 4 and the tier 5 rad suits. If you can sell the tier 5 rad suits for 15,000 a piece inside of the Mysa Taril trade post, and even the tier 4 rad suits go for 6,000 a piece. Yeah, for PvP, I'm not sure how great that sniper would be. You definitely would have to be like right up on top of them. Because like you're saying, you got to be real close to have all 3 of those bullets hit. But to break through a wall, man, it would blitz. Okay, yeah, I'll try and check the website and see if they've updated the number since it's been out for like a day. I'm surprised the number was as busted as it was. It still says 119 damage per shot. 359? That's crazy. I don't think it. I think it's 200. I think it's 200. The one that I have does 270 damage, and I think that that means it's 80 damage per bullet. I don't think it's 200 damage per bullet. Does that make sense? I could be wrong though. 100%. The sniper absolutely blitzes walls. Even the Atreides and Harkonnen walls, it'll just shred them. A little less resource intensive than like using a rocket launcher as well, for example. You burn through a lot of your Ancient Ways durability if you're just firing it at a wall. Whereas in no big deal to burn through the triple shot. Yeah, for real. Anno's right. Lasgun is still the greatest. Especially if you've got the right abilities paired with it. So true. The Cope does more damage per shot, but it's so much slower. That sniper shoots like twice as fast as the Cope. But you're so right. The Cope that I have does more damage per shot. And I thought the same thing when we first started blitzing walls with that sniper. But it shoots so much faster, and the damage is only like 70 more. So I think maybe the speed kind of makes up for that. I'm not certain, though. I honestly don't know the answer to that question, OMC. With how easy the walls are to break, I would say no, but I don't know for certain. Ah, you're so right. Smoke saying that we need more precise information on weapons, because of the fact that the value doesn't change depending on the skill tree. You're right. So I'll never know for certain what I changed my skills into to kind of like bolster our handheld rocket launcher. I'll never know how much extra damage that actually made it output. Such a good point. The shotguns though, psych, that's why the wall mechanics are super weird. So like, and I bring this up to people, so the shotguns that are meant to like break the shields for like the drill shot, the 4-shot drill shot that I have, I thought that would break the walls super quickly. But it seems because that it's like meant to break shields that it does less damage to the walls. The same thing, I have this disruptor SMG that shoots heavy darts, and I figured that it, because it shoots heavy darts and has a decent damage per shot, that it would break the walls faster, but it's in fact like way slower. So I don't know if there's like a mechanic going on there that's forcing the those types of weapons to do less damage to the walls. There's a lot of weird like ins and outs, and this is kind of what a smoke is getting at, is there's a lot that you kind of need to like guess on, and because the game's PvP focused, you shouldn't be having to do so much guessing. Not only that, but essentially ranged fighting inside of PvE is useless because the second you fire a weapon, you become vulnerable. So realistically, you're better off trying to hold onto your shield and then just slicing them with daggers or a sword or whatever. It is bizarre, OMC, yes. Rating bases should, walls, foundations, roofs, should all have a higher amount of hit points, therefore making it to where you want to rate a base by going in through the doors so that people can start to like honeycomb a pattern that would actually help. The devs aren't going to watch the stream, and they're not, even if they did, they wouldn't pick up what I'm putting down, Stoner, unfortunately. I like hate to be so pessimistic, but they with the way they even attempted to do the PvP system, making it to where the only PvP that you can get into where you actually have some rewards is in fact the PvP where you're griefing resource farmers. They didn't incentivize PvP other than that at all. Just shows me that we've got little hope that they'll get on the same wavelength, you know what I mean? That doesn't mean the game can't be good and they can't come up with some form of PvP that I'm not thinking of, or that they might balance things this, that, or the other that might make it good. But it won't happen the way I want it to. That's just not how it works, unfortunately. We could hope we get something such as turrets. Has anyone tried using a tank against a base? We don't have tanks in the game, but if you're talking about like a rocket launcher with a buggy, you could, but I think you're just wasting too much time building at that point. It's not that hard to break down a base. A lasgun would probably do it faster. We learned the other day that the rockets on my ornithopter break bases, so I bet we don't see tanks droid until they figure out exactly how they're going to facilitate large-scale ground combat. Because right now, large-scale ground combat revolves too much around carriers picking up and putting down ground vehicles. And I don't see carriers sitting there hovering over tanks. But yeah, if there could be some large-scale ground combat, I think it'd be really good. I think the game fits really well with ground combat. The number one thing they would have to do there, though, is they would have to actually, like, really, really nerf into the ground the amount of damage that ornithopter rockets can do to people that are on the ground. Because currently, as it sits, there's no reason for you to get out of your ornithopter and fight somebody on the ground, especially if you can't pocket your ornithopter. Mainly because if you just hit them with a couple of rockets from your ornithopter while they're on the ground, it's game over, you know? So, it's a bit weird. I'll be right back. Aren't ornithopters have shield in the movie as well? I have no idea, Stoner. With the ancient way, most people haven't messed with me once you go to the ground and start shooting rockets. 100% psych, that's a game changer. If you can manage to get on the ground and then get back in the air, you're good. But dude, the fact that they can just straight up two-tap your ass is ridiculous. And not even get out of their ornithopter while they do it. That would just absolutely kill any sort of large-scale ground combat because people wouldn't get on the ground to get on their feet because the ornithopters are going to blow them up in one shot. I don't think they should do 0 damage, but I think they should do minimal damage. It should be more of like a stun almost. But it would have to do some form of damage. Otherwise, we'd be in the same situation but reverse, where ornithopters wouldn't be in the air because people on the ground can't get killed by them. You know what I mean? You have characters on 2 different servers and you only saw weapons vendor on the first week. Damn, that's brutal. I thought it was in one of the Deep Desert's loot pools throughout the weeks, but I got lucky and managed to have weapons vendor last week. The rockets break through your shield in a matter of 2 shots, though, Anna. That's the problem. Unless you're saying like that's how they fix the problem. So like if you have shield on, it does minimal damage to the shield, but if you have shield off, that's when it's the boom boom. That would be a decent fix, honestly. But even currently, if you got your shield on and they hit you, it's only 2 shots, maybe 3, for them to pop your shield. And realistically, for me, it's been 2. Boom boom, and then we're dead. Hey, we love our lurkers, Dusty. Lurk as long as you want. Well, and then Psych brings up another good point, is the second you fire a weapon, your shield drops, which is... just makes range combat, like, not... I'm telling you, Anno, every time I end up landing on the ground, it's 2 ornithopter rockets and we're down. Whether I get my shield up or not, it's brutal. Who was it? It was Arcadius, though, was saying that if you time it proper, you can get hit with 1 ornithopter rocket before you die, and then you turn your shield on, and then you could potentially survive 3 more ornithopter rockets before your shield breaks. It does drop your shield when you're in your ornithopter. Oh, when you're using your compactor? Oh, I think it does, actually. You shouldn't be having a shield on when you're using a compactor anyways, though. Otherwise, your ass is probably, like, immediately calling the worm every single time, I would assume. That's a good point, Smoka. We are probably missing out on some sort of life perk that Anno might be holding on to, which stops the ornithopter rockets from like insta draining. All right, we just wanged that thing all over the place. Let me know if it's got the static coming through. That's all I'm really worried about, is that static feedback. 45 minutes remaining for the predicted time of it coming back up. You reduplicated your new deep desert base, and when you tried to set it up in the deep desert, your device turned into a welder type 5. Really? That sucks, because literally yesterday, I spent about an hour setting up a base, and then I deleted it before I copied it, so we really screwed ourselves. What bugs you is that the buggy in the bike, you don't have a shield on, so you get splash damaged by the rockets, where inside of the ornithopter you don't. Oh, that is a problem. So if you're rolling around on the buggy trying to do some mining and an ornithopter runs up on you and they hit you even just a couple times, you're going down. Damn. And that's going to be a buggy gone, presumably. Or at least some time gone, damn. South America's server is up. Huh. I agree, Deca, and I think, and I don't know if this is still a problem, but all of your armor gets zeroed out. I don't know if that was a bug or what. Oh, Stoner brings up a good point because buggy's not only meant for mining. You could be rolling out with a buggy to shoot some rockets, but you're just going to get one shot. There's zero thought that went into that. Ray, I don't know. I don't know if it's actually up. I'm just looking at the Discord. No, Al Pacino. I mean, you could technically, if you made enough money and your server was selling everything that you can get in the deep desert on the auction house. But other than that, no. If you're playing full PvE and you don't want to do any PvP at all, your game basically ends at the A section of the deep desert, which is where you get the Duraluminum unique schematics. That's one tier off of like the end tier. Anno, do you really think they're gonna allow people to ride the worm? I want to say there's like zero chance that people ride the worm eventually, but my kid, that's the one thing he says every time he sees me playing this game. He's like, I wish you could ride the worm. So if they actually end up coming up with that, he's gonna be like, I'm so glad that you can ride the worm now. Yeah, but you can't shoot the rockets through like through any sort of the shield wall. So you'd have to do what we were talking about yesterday, where you have the buggy park and the rockets sit above the shield wall. But even then, the second you get into that rocket, you're just one shot. Ray, I have no idea. I just jumped into the region status portion of their Discord, and it says it's online. So I'm assuming it's down. Psych is right, Al Pacino. So you could technically take money from the Haga Basin and buy everything you need. That is dependent on whether or not your market is selling things. Sykes Market is selling everything, apparently. You could buy any and everything on Sykes Market. It's few and far between on mine. I don't mind the aerial PvP actually, Psych. I just don't like the fact that inside of a ornithopter, it's so easy to take somebody out on the ground. I think that needs to be worked around a little bit. And now that we're talking about the whole shield problem with the buggies as well, that kind of just, in my opinion, drives home the fact that ornithopters are doing too much damage to people on the ground when those rockets are meant to be damaging the vehicle or the base or whatever, right? The vehicle realistically. I'm not saying you can't have it to where it does no damage to the people on the ground, but it shouldn't do anywhere near as much as it does. If I was in a guild and I had another guild trying to do like a live raid on a base that we had, would a shield wall be effective to defy? Yeah, I mean, it probably would. If you had your base in like a big giant cube and you had it sectioned off in shield walls, you wouldn't be able to shoot through those, but because they're your guild's walls, they'd be able to go back and forth in and out of them, so they can step forward, fire, 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 attack, 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 and then jump back into safety and heal should they need to. It's actually a good idea. Huh. You can't have those like interconnect though, because if you break the wall in the center, you'd be able to get in. You'd have to figure out a way to hide your sub thief still. There is a little bit of, actually there was no plastanium ingots on my server last night. No way would I have found 2,500. There was none. And there was maybe, I think, like 250 spice melange spread out between 3 different offers. I didn't even look at the blueprints, but I'm assuming those were dead as well. Yeah, we have, and I think that's mainly because we have I'm in a goofy server where I think most of the people are spending all of their time in the Haga Basin. I think we're just now starting to get people coming out into the deep desert. That's crazy, Psych. That's wild. A smoker sold 2 items for a total value of 14,000. He could have gotten 15,000 had he just sold one singular radiation suit at the 5th tier radiation suit. Honestly, that's probably, if you have a server that's actually active within the auction house selling the tier 6, it's probably more efficient to farm and sell the tier 5 radiation suits and then just buy. The bell curve about to hit. You're right, Dirty Mike. Hug is finally coming out. This has got to be the Dirty Mike we were talking to yesterday. He was like, we're neighbors. And I was like, clean your mic, Dirty Mike. It's dirty. I can smell the dirt on your mic from here. Classic wordplay joke. Always good. But you're right. I think you're right. They're finally starting to dip their toes in. And I think the Steam achievements show that as well. Because wasn't it the fact that patch notes, we got patch notes. The servers are back online. All right. Let me boot these up. We'll read through them. Actually, let me exit the game and get this download going. And then we'll read the patch notes. I see it, I see it, I see it. Let me get the update cooking. Then we'll jump on and read these patch notes. All right. This is it right here. Give me a minute, damn it. I'm all over the place here. I'm glad this wasn't 2 hours, because this is like nothing for patch notes. Oh, did they... Okay, let's read this. They've improved server and client stability. I literally hate this in the patch notes. I hate this. It's like the dumbest thing. They're basically saying nothing. I would hope that they're constantly improving the client and server stability. So if they're not giving us details as to what they did, just leave it out. It's not necessary. They fixed an additional instance of the issue where players were sometimes unable to travel from Arakeen and Harco Village to the Overland map. They fixed an edge case issue where inventory items could get missing after traveling between the maps. They fixed an issue with invisible inventory items when the player moved the items between inventories and quickly swapped their position in the target inventory. They fixed a vulnerability that allowed item duplication at the exchange while trading or in inventories. Visually, you may see duplicated items in your game client, but they do not exist. Whoop. That's not what I wanted to move. Let's move this back up here. And then last but not least, they say they fixed an issue where players were unable to connect to the game, receiving the H74 error message. Interesting. They didn't say anything about the deep desert. They said nothing about the deep desert. Interesting. They were early. This changes everything. big updates coming in today. You know, jeez. We'll have to go peep that PvP zone and see if anybody was, see if they moved it back and see if anybody was silly enough to build there. I bet the inventory bug's even worse now. They fixed the exchange duplication, and they've instead introduced some other form of inventory duplication. Yeah, careful traveling between the world map and the Haga Basin and the deep desert. You might lose an inventory. The spaghetti code's been changed. What's been broken? Droid lost 600 melange last time. Brutal. Here we go. 1 of 1 items completed. Let's boot this thing back up. We're going to have to reinstall the shaders. So PC is about ready to kick it into high gear, bro. Get ready, CPU. You going to be able to handle it again? Let's see. Damn, that's crazy, Stoner. Apparently, they've fixed that. I heard somebody saying they transported, like, a boatload of stuff during the last wipe, and they didn't lose any of it. So, when did you lose that? Because that's crazy, bro. 1,500 melange would suck. Here we go. Gotcha. The one before last, people were getting screwed. You're right. They were getting hammered. A lot of people were mad because they were giving refunds to the whole D6 debacle, yet they're losing shitloads of melange just transporting to the world map. And you could probably argue that more people were affected from losing items transporting to the world map than the whole D6 debacle. The problem is there's no way for them to track that information. There's literally no way for them to track that. Dusty dabs? I would. You got to start somewhere, Dusty. All right, here we go. What the hell? We have a storm rolling through. Just try and ride the backside of this storm. I'm not sure if there's any bases. Nice, low tier, big. That's one of my favorite, that's one of my favorite upgrades for sure. That's one of the best ones. Yeah, the Atreides actually won that 2 weeks in a row on this server. And it was huge, bro, but you kind of like, I kind of became used to the crafting costs being so low, so for a while I felt like I was being scammed. For a while after, like, it reset. I was like, man, it costs so much. Damn, 50% experience doesn't sound like anything special, but it's actually freaking massive, dude. What's unfortunate is that storm, I think, was too far south to even hit this island here. So I think if there was a base here, which I'm not certain there is, but I think even if there was, it would still be covered by the shield. Does it last all week? Yes. So it'll last for 4 days, 16 hours, and 21 minutes. It should tell you if you go into the Lands Rad. Oh, I bet. If we had the 50% boosted experience, I'd probably be picking flax right now. 6,000 experience per hour. Call me mint picker all week, bro. Yeah, the 25 reduction in crafting cost is something you're definitely going to want to take as much advantage of as you possibly can, in the sense of, like, you want to craft up as much, you know, of the highest tier metal you're at as you can. I mean, shit, if you can get spice and craft melange as much as you can. What's salvage rights? You mean full loot? Man, I'd love full loot. We'd be 2 sets down today if it was full loot, but damn it, I'd have some fun. OMC, I'm so glad you brought that up. We need to head to D6. No, what I have pegged is not the D6 ship. No, but we can hit up where I'm heading and then head south to the D6 ship. I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot about that. What's funny is in the patch notes, they didn't bring it up at all. They're probably like, you know what? We're not changing anything in the deep desert midweek ever again. And honestly, that'd be smart of them. The smartest thing for them to do. Bro, I think I'm getting sick for sure. Like, I'm not even... My temperature doesn't feel like it's regulating proper. I turn that AC on cool and it gets freezing in here, and then I turn it on fan and I'm, like, getting hot. And I take the jacket off and I'm like, hold up, am I hot or is it cold? I don't know what's happening. We've got an hour and a half until the reset. Maybe a little less than that. We'll hit up this island and then cook it straight down south to the D6 ship. Ember said there was some stuff happening over here. Yep, there's one of their buggy bases. There's one of their buggy bases. Is D6 bugged? We'll go check it. We'll go check and see what's going on over here, see if they changed anything. There's definitely people who decided to build out here. Man, these people gotta be just like some level of stupid, bro, to think that this would stay safe all week. Like, that's the riskiest shit, bro. Look at this. This is a big base. Look at this. Man, they're so lucky. I'd come in and raid this base so hard, bro. Y'all lucky. Stupid. Man, they better keep... That's a large spice refinery. They better keep their fucking eyes peeled, bro. They better keep their eyes peeled because... Mwah. Kiss this base, because we're coming back for it. Let's kiss this wall, too. Mwah. We're coming back for you. We're coming back for you, buddy. You just wait. You just wait. Man, I can't imagine this being a PV... Just, like, dumbfounded that this is, You know what? You can't even get really good shit out of here. You get, like, the claw gloves out of here or something weird. Bro, this is, like, levels of messed up to where it's, like, not even Funcom's fault if they fix this and turn it into a PvP zone like it should be. It's not even Funcom's fault that these idiots decided to build out here. Like, that's just dumb. That's levels of dumb I wasn't anticipating seeing. This over here, okay, that's one thing. Bro, that's a large spice refinery that they're deadass just rolling the dice that Funcom doesn't flip this back, which is absurd. That's a crazy dice to roll, man. And let's see if we can actually fly south, because the actual PvP zone is like right over here. We've got an hour and 10 minutes until the reset, and that's a bit unfortunate because the storm may in fact come in right before the reset and or get reset, like not come in at all, and then we have to wait like a whole nother time cycle for it. Like, surely not. Surely this goes PvE right here, right? No, this is PvP, so I could break this wall, break this wall, break this wall. What's this guy doing? Did something move? Or did this guy build here? Like, we're all aware this is a PvP zone, right? Even up to the furthest piece of this guy's base is a PvP zone, which means that his sub-fief is somewhere inside of this base in a PvP zone that I can raid. That is the PvP zone that messed with you. This was moved. This guy's in a PvP zone. How many more of these people are in PvP zones? I was flying... So yesterday when I was, like, getting all of my gear and shit, I flew past this island and I saw that it put me in a PvP zone. And I was like, huh, I don't remember it doing that. And I thought in my head, I was like, you know... Raidable? Probably not. If this stays PvP zone, bro, it's over. Like, this guy's power's down. What the fuck is going on? Nope. Lucky, dude. So this guy's sub-fief is in a safe zone. Can't take it. I want to test something. This guy's shield's down. It's not damaging it. Literally on the freaking cusp right there. Balls of steel. Balls of steel, bro. Is this guy's power out too? If this guy's power out is out and he's in a PvP zone, I should be able to cook this. Alright, this will be a good test. Okay, maybe he's just doesn't have a roof. Okay, it just doesn't have a roof. His power is not out. His power is still up. He's in a PvP zone. This base is raidable. We got another debacle going on in some way, shape, or form. This is not raidable. Let's check this one over here. I'm assuming that's going to be on the outside as well. So this one can pop and that one over there can pop. That one seems the most interesting. I don't want to kill my freaking suspensor belt. I don't know if I have enough stuff to repair these out here. These guys have way too much on their shit. Like, that definitely has to be in a PvE zone. This is going to be another one that's right on the cusp, isn't it? Yep, right on the cusp. Yep, even this wall is safe zone. Okay, well this makes sense. But let the confusion sink in for that guy over there. And his sub-fief is in the safe zone as well. Okay. Alrighty. Well, shit. There's two bases we can take down over here. I don't know what they're doing over here. Oh, this is what Anno is saying happened mid-build. Mid-build, this got put out here. How did that happen? How weird is that, right? Like, the control point, like, mid-gameplay would just get put into a spot? Because Anno's right. We flew over this island yesterday a couple times. It wasn't a PvP zone. It got shifted. Yeah, but it got shifted like in the middle of the game without an update, without anything, you know? Like, so weird. That's so weird. And this guy's base is caught up in the PvP zone, dude. And I'm gonna take his base, make it my base. I'm gonna call it my base. Interesting. Well, let's pop in right quick and try and repair these suspensor belts. Let's try and get a repair down on these things, huh? Did I not put a repair station down? I find it hard to believe that I didn't bring 20 iron ingots out here. What are those made from? Steel? $358 on the triple shot. Okay, that's actually huge. That's a huge amount of damage. Oh my days, give me a second. There's only one spot on the entire map with iron ore. Why? Why does this keep happening? We make a whole island of copper ore. There's only one spot on the entire map with iron. Yeah, I see it, Anno. I'll be right back. That kind of looks like an island that we just barely swung by as well. Looks like we just barely swung by that island. What'd I tell you guys? I said Arcadius or Dirty Mike or somebody was going to be on right when the reset happened. They've got them late night grinders over there. Is that a base? It's either a base or it's a rock that looks like a base. I'm starting to think it's just a rock. This is one of the big bowl islands here. We've already done a pretty thorough scan of all of them so far, so I'd be surprised if somebody's managed to sneak in between our scans here and slap any base that's substantial down. You know what I'm saying? What wings are we using? We're using the tier 6, just regular tier 6 wings. Where was the switched control point? It happened mid-update yesterday, so I mean, you would assume that the people who were building there would have noticed it just like Anno did, and midway through their build, they would have said, what the hell, I'm in a PvP zone. But that happened, what was it? A, B, C, D, I don't know what it is, bro. It's like something 5? Something 5? Yeah, D5 right here. D5. But like Anna was saying, that's been like that. Yesterday, when I was doing my back and forths with the suspensor belts that we had, I had noticed that it kept swapping PvP zone. Very strange. So it's not something that just swapped during the downtime. That's not something that just happened. You know what I don't have is the storage for my scout. I left the storage for my scout ornithopter somewhere in the Haga Basin base. We are missing a storage. Expected this to be an island of iron. Where the fork is the iron? Is it over there? This isn't iron at all. Should be like 100 nodes of iron or some shit. On the south side of it. I'm going the wrong way. It's on the control point. What? No fucking iron there, was there? There's some. Oh yeah, that's a fucking clean cut right there. Clean cut on that one. No problem, Tiger, no problem. Yeah, I would definitely check if you're on that tile. I would definitely check. But like Anno said, that's been like that all night, and it's fairly obvious with the way those guys were able to set up their base just on the outside of it, just on the outside of that PvP zone. You'll test how good the transport now and if the items are being gone. Oh, good luck with that, Stoner. They've reopened that can of worms, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Man, I love that the thing that I need to measure my horizon literally fucking blends in with the sand. There it is. We can only hope that they make that ship PvP again. There's a juicy ass base that we could raid over there. Big bet on that. Yeah, that is a big bet. We lost 500 calibrated cervix when that whole problem was going on, so it seems to be like totally random as to what it could end up taking. Good luck though. Shit. Sketchy's still waiting on the update. I didn't see how big the update was. I just hit update and then I read the patch notes and it was, Have I seen the H1 and H8 shipwrecks? They look different to the other ones. H8 as a quest item spawn in one of the chests. Really? Very interesting. I'm wondering if there's any sort of quest line that could actually end up taking you out into the deep desert. I thought I heard some people complaining that some of the quests for class unlocks take you out to the deep desert. But when we were doing the class questing, I didn't run into any that took me out here, so I have not noticed H8. So H1 is that ship that's just that little tiny, like, half ship, isn't it? I did point that half ship out. I said, that's just like a little chunk of a ship sitting right there. A little tiny baby ship. I haven't been over to H8, though. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's actually the case to Smoka. It's just the same asset, so the chest is in the ship. Wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Sketchy's got the update. Nice. What are you talking about, ship PvP? On your siege with the lands rad, Anno? I'm confused as to what you're talking about. There's a ship that's not PvP zone and everybody's built there. Oh. That ship. Sorry, when you say ship, I'm thinking like if they make the Ornithopter PvP. They didn't make the ship PvP as of yet. We already checked it. I wish, bro. It's a juicy ass base over there. We would raid the hell out of. We gotta be some level of stupid to build next to a PvP zone. Just based off of the fact that, oh, it's not a PvP zone currently. You gotta be some level of dumb. And I'll take full advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? I will take your stuff. I feel slightly bad about the other guy that we're gonna hit eventually, but you know what? I don't feel that bad. For real. I hear a lot of people's servers putting that together. Zero chance that there'd be enough people on this one frickin' even to do that. Like I said, this is the only guild. We're next to the only guild on the server that even is ever out here in the deep desert trying to do things. There's a couple like scattered small groups, but they realistically shy away from actually doing anything. Alright, we got those refilled. So I've got my suspensor belts. That's about all I was worried about, was running around out there without my suspensor belts. It was only 1 gigabyte? Okay. I'm not surprised it was small since we got it, since it was done updating before the patch notes came. Typically when I'm live, the game updates slower. Games and shit update way slower. Man, we could only hope for another D6 debacle, Anno. That would be something. That'd be something, wouldn't it? Is there truly no land in H3? The hell? Is there even still a point in running rockets on scouts since the assault MK6 goes 150 with rockets? Yeah. It goes 150 with rockets, but realistically, I was in the assault with rockets last week during the deep desert because I thought it was going to be the new meta, and it's realistically not. It flies literally at like the same speed that this thing does, and just is like a massive target in the sky. But you're right, if they're good at doing their boost, they can boost. They can hit the boost and go a lot faster than 150 with the rockets. If they jump out of Vulture and they go into hover mode or whatever and boost while holding S and W at the same time, and then they let go of S, I think I was getting my Assault Ornithopter up to like 170 even with the rockets. So yes and no. This week, we've actually seen one Assault Ornithopter out here with rockets. So this is actually the first week I've seen somebody else giving that a try as well. I was out here last week, but I was not liking it. It was not it. But that's not even the problem. Is there even a point in running rockets on the Scout when any sort of Scout with a storage can glide at 180? And if you throw a boost on that bitch, they're boosting at 212. You know, an assault ornithopter with a storage gets cooking at like 180 with that boost method that I was talking about. Like, yeah. No. It basically all comes down to whether or not you're able to get the jump on them, which is why recently I've been trying to actually land our ornithopter and pocket it. Like at the beginning of the stream when we knocked that assault ornithopter out of the sky. One of the main reasons I think that we were able to break his wings was because we got like 3 shots off with the rocket launcher before he started flying. And then we busted one of his wings, and at that point in time, he's gliding a lot slower. However, we also had Arcadius fly in and catch the third party on that, bro, and he rolls in. And instead of hitting me with rockets on the third party, we blow up that assault ornithopter, so... Hell of a day. We got about 40 minutes until the daily reset. Anna, that's a good point that you make there. It does do more damage though, as well. So the assault ornithopter, if you're taking it out, the rockets do more damage. It's just in a weird spot where I don't think that its speed keeps up with even a scout ornithopter with rockets. Because if it's an assault ornithopter with rockets and the boost, it's also using up heat when it's boosting. So if it's boosting to try and close the gap on me, then it can't shoot many of it. It's like a weird juggling act, which I'm sure is possible, but it's weird. It's weird. We got about 40 minutes until the reset. We're gonna swoop out. Where are we at? Yeah, we're gonna swoop out into this H3 section, up into I3, and then back over here. It looks like there's no islands, so this does look like it's just cleared. Did we scout that one? Yeah, it looks like we did scout that island. That's why I haven't cleared any of the paths through this map yet, is because it's freaking empty. Xena, how you doing? No, we haven't gotten into any juicy raids tonight, but we were messing around with a group of 4 people at a base earlier, trying to take on a 4v1, and then eventually a storm came through and we just ended up breaking their base. There was nothing in there. It was just a forward operating base type thing. We've actually got a situation happening, though, where some certain events have happened where we may actually get in on raiding a base that wasn't meant to be raided or wasn't built with the possibility of it being raided in mind, but we'll see. We shall see. Like I said, we got 40 minutes until the reset here, so we're going to swoop up and then maybe swoop back down. Not certain. Because if a storm hits, I could just respawn on my base and we'd be really close to the thing that we may possibly end up raiding. Randoms, it's slowed down, that's for sure. The amount of bases out here has definitely slowed down. Especially when they expanded the safe zone. That massively slowed it down. Okay. But even with it slowed down, we still managed to run into like several of these throughout the week. But it's kind of turned into a point where everybody's wisened up, and the only bases they're putting down are the types of bases that are just very much so forward operating bases. They're things that they temporarily mine ore at, and then they clear the ore from before they leave the base, you know what I mean? basically leaving the base empty, which is the smartest way to build out here in the PvP zone. And realistically, it'll probably end up being what we do as well. Now that we have an extra sub fief to spare, we'll probably set up like a forward operating base or two. We may try to experiment with like the buggy, a setup with the buggy where we can have it just barely peeking out of a pentashield and use its rockets there. I don't know. We got some paths that we can end up taking. There's like a whole list of things we could end up doing. Your whole server hates you because when you stake the whole island on E5. Oh my gosh. It's, you know what's weird, randoms? It's like definitely server dependent. That's why I keep being so surprised that this guild is still active on this server and hasn't tried to find or move to a server where they actually have competition, because currently there's zero competition for this guild out here. Though, like Dirty Mike was saying, and we were talking about during the downtime, there's a bit of a weird bell curve that's happening inside of Dune Awakening where people are just now starting to get into the deep desert and dip their toes into the deep desert. You know? Like somebody earlier was saying they have 200 hours in the game and they're just now jumping into the deep desert. And I think that's like a typical, that's not an atypical experience. Yeah, see, that's not atypical. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to hear that. Hold up, these cats are like banging around out here. Oh, there's the spice field. You have 3 or 4 big guilds on the server? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure the Deep Desert Police Department wishes they had like 3 or 4 guilds on the server. I'll be right back.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The sand-looking color one, I honestly couldn't tell you. Sandstorm in sector. I have to be careful with this. Because actually, let's just start flying back to the base. What's the next piece of land? Okay, it's over there. Let's start flying back to the base. It said 5 minutes, bro. I want to see. Yeah, I think it is Combe, whatever you want to call it. Choam, I don't give a damn. It's the one with the orange sunset looking shit on it. I don't know. Raid in this sector in 5 minutes doesn't mean a whole lot. I need to figure out
a large sandstorm is
where the storm is coming from. That way I know if it's going to hit low enough. Because it hitting low enough is really what matters here. We're at a bit of a dead time on this server as well. We're literally 30 minutes away from the reset. So it's a bit of a dead time on the server as well, to be fair. But even during peak times, bro, there's definitely not any, like, real big guild versus guild activity going on. Not that I see, anyways.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We're just gonna hit the respawn anyways, just in case. I don't have any bases pegged out here, so it doesn't matter if it's like out here compared to out there, you know what I mean? Right, there was a downtime in a patch notes. Everybody was down for 2 hours. The game just kicked back on, but we still have the daily reset that happens. Are you on an NA server? Because if you're on an NA server, then you're also running right into a reset. Holy shit, I think it actually is hitting this section? I don't know. Looks like it'll be close. Like maybe a bit too far north. I'm not getting a warning over here. That doesn't guarantee anything though. Don't you lose durability? Yeah. But I wouldn't have made it all the way back here in time. And you see this storm is too far north. Like, let's go take a look at this. I'll show you guys what's going on. Because something weird. The server did something stupid again yesterday. And a couple of people are going to suffer because of it. That's fine. Their suffering is arcane, I guess. But check it out. We're swapping into a PvP zone. And do you notice anything? There's some frickin' bases around here. This one is safe. This one is safe. Those are safe. This one is not safe. And then there's one over there that is also not safe. What happened was when the deep desert first reset... Yeah, when the deep desert first reset, this control point wasn't here. And then all of a sudden, like 30 minutes in, maybe an hour into the deep desert being reset, that control point popped up. So these people's bases are now inside of a PvP zone. Those two. Which is brutal. But also amazing. You had another test? There's another test station that turned PvP, huh? Because I know there's that one over there, I think it is, that is supposed to be in a PvE zone, but is actually in a PvP zone. That is a sector D5. It's not a D6 debacle this week, it's a D5 debacle. However, where's my base? Where the fuck are we at? It's not a D6 debacle, it's a D5 debacle, but that didn't shift, that shift didn't happen during the reset just now. That shift happened like on day one. The amount of durability you lost really isn't a whole lot either. Yeah, D5 swapped PvP about an hour into the server being up, the deep desert being up. So like technically those bases, so technically you can't even build over there anymore. It's a no build zone. So those bases got put up, their subfiefs got put up before that happened, and then they've continued to build there or what, I don't know. I don't know, but we're going to help them take their stuff out for them. Minutes. There was no restart or nothing, like Anno's saying. It just happened in the middle. It just happened in the middle of the... Just boom, it wasn't there, and then an hour into the update, boom, it was there. Oh, yeah, we got a D5 debacle going on. Hey, check it. Check it, because if they're there, take it, bro. It is what it is. You better watch where you build. Funcom. You never know when Funcom's going to drop a control point right on top of your head. I'm just sad that those other big bases over there are in the clear. And I'm also sad that they didn't put the PvP zone on the ship like they should have, because that would be some thick loot. 2 hours and 30 minutes, and then the EU servers are... Oh, the EU servers are down again? The update should be out, Julian. I would check. I would check and see. The update should be out. We're going to see if we can break into this thing. Because why not? This is just one of their quick hubs, but you know what? They want to keep putting them up. I'm going to make them keep putting them up. Oh, you lucky bastards. You lucky sons of bitches. Did you restart your Steam and did you update the game? There's an update. There was a gigabyte update that you had to drop in. Yeah, that PvP ship needs to be turned into, I think we're too late to catch anything on the back side here, but there was something right up in this section, I think. Was it G9? Was it H9? Like right up in here. You're right, randoms, you're right. They should, though. They should, just for fun. Just for fun. You know? Just for fun. Honestly, it's like, you built on a PvP ship, a ship that's in the game notoriously PvP. So this week, I'd feel less bad for the people who had it shift on them than I did during the D6 debacle. And I'm telling you, I didn't feel too bad. I did not feel that much remorse. Yeah, I would do a force close and try and reopen it, because it should be up. There's an update that you gotta put out, though. I know, what's so funny about that droid is if they did change it, it would have been another D6 debacle. It would have been the same tile. It would have been the same tile. However, D5 kind of got hit with it this time, but it's been like that all day. So surprisingly, nobody's hit it. Like I'm a bit shocked. I think we're way late to end up catching this base that's over here. Well, nice. I'm glad we got it. I'm glad we got it sorted though, Julian. That's for sure. Julian's sitting there. He's like, the European servers have been down for 6 hours. What the hell? What the hell? America's been playing for 4 hours now. Oh, that'd be hilarious if they actually turned it into like a desecrated tile because of what happened there. That'd be so good. We are so far behind. Like, we would have needed the booster to actually catch up to that storm and be at any of these bases in time. Which is a bit unfortunate, but let's go see if anything's going down over here. See what the scuttlebutt is. Oh, so you're on the Discord. It said they went down 2.5 hours ago. Yeah. It was like 30 minutes ago when the servers opened back up. Stopped live. Did the live stream stop? Yeah, no, I checked. We're good. They might mean something else. There is spice going down out here. Damn, bro. Damn, that means if we were fast enough, we might have been able to hit this here. I'm gonna pop down. Like, there's zero chance that the shield on this base is still knocked. But just for shits and giggles, we're gonna check. It is. I don't know for how much longer. I don't have time to do a health check, bro. It's for sure going down though. You can see the you can see it breaking. Like, surely this shield's gonna go back up any second now. I see Smoker. Give me a second here. Oh, it's been abandoned. Oh, no, it hasn't. Holy shit. Fuck, the shield just went back up. No shot, dude. Lucky motherfuckers, bro. Unreal. Oh, so unreal. I should have shot a rocket in there a couple times. Oh, man. You know what's crazy about this situation is I have a sub thief, so I could have, like, just flat out taken over the base. Fuck, dude. Oh, that sucks, dude. That actually guts me a little bit there. I told you guys it had to have been seconds from the base resetting. Just seconds away. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's brutal. That's so true. Randoms as well. That extra wall being opened. Because if I had to bust that extra wall, we wouldn't have gotten as close. Damn, bro. Who even knows what's in that building now? Damn. I should have shot a couple of rockets in there. We might have been able to pop a generator, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of boxes there, too. Chances are, if I'm being honest with you guys, like, chances are that was entirely empty. Because let's be realistic. That's a guild's base, and it's set up there in order to facilitate farming this big spice ring. So what happens is, like, picture if you're a guild and you set up a base. What happens is they come out, they farm the spice, and so they have a quick deposit, they can slap it right there. But then once they're done farming the field, what are they going to do? Are they just going to leave thousands of spice sitting there? No, they're going to fucking hike it back and forth 6 times with the 6 people and pull all the spice out. You know what I mean? So chances are it was entirely empty. And the reason I'm even almost more certain that that was the case is if we take into consideration the fact that the wall. Labubu, are you okay? You okay, Labubu? Are you trying to spell staring? Searing? Stop searing. Swearing. Oh. Labubu doesn't like the language. Labubu's got her, Labubu feelings. She's got a Labubu on her feelings. There's some wordplay there to play with, sure. Anywho, the wall that was busted, which led to the sub-thief, had all of the chests inside of it. And it was busted open, which just leads me to believe that they were possibly doing some in and out as they were transporting everything out. So if we're being realistic, probably empty. But there was a lot of chests in that thing, so possibilities were endless. What sucks is I have a spare sub-thief, so I could have literally taken it, because in my head I was concerned, because I don't have a storage on this ornithopter here. I don't have a storage on this ornithopter, so in my head I was concerned. I was like, man, getting all this stuff back and forth is going to be a pain. Who gives a boo-boo? Oh yeah, man. Leave it to the chat to come up with the wordplay. It was beautiful, beautiful wordplay. I love it. Big spice fields untouched, unimaginable on your servers. I'm telling you, we're on the dead time right now. We've got 15 minutes until the server resets. It's the dead time of the server. But you know what we need to do, actually? Here, we'll just slap it down on this island. We'll slap it down on this island. Because this being so far off in the corner, we can literally avoid the problem we just ran into. And I was over here earlier, so if I had any sort of, like, hindsight, bro, I would have already done this. And slapped one of those bad boys down. So now we can just, now if we've got one rolling over here, a storm rolling in this direction, we can just respawn on that beacon and fly in. Game says, nope, not today. Yeah, Ray, we got completely blocked off from that raid. A bit brutal. I was surprised we even had any time left to damage it, to be honest. But that's alright. It's now on the list. Have you tried extravagant message weapon to break base? Has a huge round per minute and possibly better than the sniper. What's the extravagant message? What is that? I've noticed that the rounds per minute means nothing if the damage per shot is low. Does that make sense? The Ornithopter rockets would have broken the walls of the base, but I think the rockets break the walls of the base slower. And I think that's because if I'm shooting at, like, say this is a wall. Oh, I guess when we were shooting at the wall that we were shooting at, what was happening is it was hitting one wall, the second wall, one wall, the second wall. So instead of focusing all the damage on... It's a minigun. See, that's what I'm saying, Julian. I've heard of guilds having success raiding with the minigun if they have multiple people using it. But when I tried to pull the minigun out, it just was, like, not putting a whole bunch of damage into the wall. I'm not entirely sure if it's like a 1-to-1, but it feels like the damage per shot outweighs the rounds per minute. At least in some way, shape, or form, because I guess the rounds per minute on the sniper here is the reason why it outplays the cope. And realistically, I'm still not certain if the rocket is faster than the sniper. At that point, just use a lasgun. You're right, Anno. But I think if we need to pull our lasgun out, we should probably head to the Haga Basin and grab it. It's just in one of the chests in the Haga Basin. But realistically, to use that properly, I need to have the full Mentat unlocked to be able to be able to unlock source of power. But even without source of power, it does output a good chunk of damage on these walls. So. Oh, and you're right. If you got a guild of people using miniguns, you might as well, especially at that point, just use a las gun, because only one person would need the special mentat ability. Jason Ayers. I just now saw your name. I read your message, but I didn't read your name first. I was gonna read the message after I said your name, but then I realized that I already read it. My bad. That's a really good that's a good point you make there, Anno. I've just been neglecting to grab it. Like I said, it's at my Haga Basin base. We should probably nab it. We've kind of reached the point here though where I don't want to bail just on the off chance we end up missing a storm, because there's that juicy base I want to raid to the south of ours, and now this one over here I kind of have a vendetta against. We need to pop in there. I kind of wish we popped a different wall, so that way it was a little less apparent that had already been popped into. But I'm still like 80% convinced that the base we were just breaking into was empty. If I had to bet that guild transported all of the stuff out of there. You would have to like sneak in there mid them farming and just completely take over the base and slap down your own thing. But realistically, if they're mid farming that thing and a storm's coming through, where are they all gonna be? In their base. So that's a big fat chunky live raid. That'd be fun though, honestly. The more the merrier. Very interesting. Is there a space crashed ship around here somewhere? I can't tell if that's a medium or a small field. It looks small. Lots of Stravidium out here, and it's a big bowl island where a base can hide. Let's, oh, it's a lab, though, as well. Okay, let's pop out and do a quick search. There's people fighting down there. We've got some PvP to get into. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We got some fun is to be had. How many of you guys think are down here? 1, 2, 3, 4? How many do you think we can take? I think realistically, if I'm on my toes enough and I manage my stamina decent, we could probably take 2. Unless they're too competent. If they're too competent PvPers, we're probably in trouble. There's definitely a minigun popping off down here, though. There's a dead body here. Somebody died. Those are both AI, correct? Yeah. They killed him. They got him. Okay. We're gonna be able to jump this guy. We're gonna be able to jump this guy on his way back in, presumably. If he decides to come back in. I have to piss so bad, dude. It's like the worst time. I can't just go piss and this guy's just gonna walk up to me crouched behind this shelf trying to jump the surprise on him. Did I notice the shipwreck in D6 is PvE? There's a base on our server and it confused me. You tried to raid it after the patch, still PvE. Yes, unfortunately, it is still PvE. I didn't recognize that until we were talking about it during the downtime. And let them finish all 7 waves. Yeah, we'll see if he creeps back in here and if he comes down to the bottom. I think I'm fairly well hidden here. But yeah, hopefully they end up pushing that to PvP. I'd love to raid the bases that were dumb enough to build around that thing as well. That'd be fun. You know what I should have done was I should have gone back up to the top when we realized he was dead. Nathan's found 2. He's scouted out 2 of them. Nice. Goofy Goober's gonna learn today that they gotta check twice where they're building. Maybe even check thrice. I should have come back up here when I realized that he was dead. Because he could have respawned at the checkpoint, which is like right up here. And then jumped in his ornithopter and left because he's like, I can't take on the PvE. I can't do it. There's only 15 minutes till the reset as well. Whoa, big spice. What's crazy is all this spice be popping off, but the reset hasn't happened yet. So is the spice gonna pop off again? Whoa, what the hell? Spice popping off everywhere, dude. Is the spice gonna hit again after the reset? I wonder. Are they doing another reset since they did a restart already? They did a patch. And so, yeah, they are doing another reset. 7 minutes. It's probably gonna be like 15 minutes down, unfortunately. La Boo Boo. We was just teasing you, La Boo Boo. You was right. You was right. I have a mouth like a sailor. It's my number one. It's my number one problem. Maybe not number one. It's a big problem. You're not wrong. I was just teasing you. You's right. If you haven't noticed, I've been trying to settle it down. Settle it down. I remember one time when I was in school, I walked into class and my teacher said something, bro, and something happened with my classmates, and I was already pissed off that day. And I start like going off saying something or other, and my teacher's like, on the ground, 20 push-ups right now. And I'm like, for what? He's like, you literally just said the F word like 7 times in one sentence. And I was like, what are you talking about? I did not. And sure enough, I did, so. The days. They should just nuke the restart. I couldn't agree more, Ray. You're not wrong, Lara, you're not wrong. They should. It is strange. And the way it times out on our server, it's pretty rough. I've had it, though, to where it's like you get... It was the wind. I thought it was an ornithopter. I've had it on the server, though, in the timing line out to where you get... There's an update, and then it's a downtime, and then you have 30 minutes of playtime. So you log back on, and it's immediately hitting you with that 30-minute warning again. Which is wild. What I'm curious about is it's typically after the resets that these start to blow off. So if they're blowing up now, does that mean they're going to re-blow up after? Or if there's going to be more that spawn after? I'm just confused. The temptation to hop on for some... I'm telling you, post-reset, when the servers are at their lowest, is the easiest time for solos to get out here and do some farming. It's the easiest time. I say that though, and there's been a couple of nights here where I've still seen some of the big guilds out. Big groups. Maybe the one. If the server shuts down and I'm hanging here, where do you think I am after the server comes back? On the ground? Bet I'm just on the ground. Like when you disconnect, you're just on the ground. Sector D2 as well. Really, John? John, coming in with the information, John. D2? Wait, fuck, I'm losing my mind here. I haven't even been to D2. We gotta check D2. Right, when you get booted in your ornithopter, you jump straight to the ground. So I bet it's the same thing here. I bet it's just like an insta teleport, just straight vertically down to wherever. Nathan's like, I got more spots to go scout. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. It's gonna be one of them days. Oh, we got a D-Day debacle going on. D-Days, I said this, D-Days are only supposed to come around once. But here we go, D-Day number 2. Oh, D-Day number 2, it's gonna be glorious. What's actually crazy is, was the Landsrad marked? Was the house even marked on the map? I'm not certain that it was, because like this is marked on the map and it's a control point, but I don't think it was even marked, Anno. I think it just marked itself like midway through, and the people just haven't realized it. D-Day 2 will be fun. Oh, it's only just begun. It's only just begun. We got 2 minutes until the reset. I haven't gotten any warnings. Ray might have gotten it canceled. Ray might have canceled the reset, but I'm not gonna risk it, bro, because these guys, they make you think you're safe and then they just cut you down. That's what I'm saying, Anno, and it had to have happened midway through because you can't even build in those zones. Yes, so in D5 currently, what happened was the Deep Desert came out, and D5, right here, where are we at? D5, right here. This was a safe zone right when the Deep Desert came out. And then like an hour after the Deep Desert was out, the control point spawned here and turned it into a PvP zone. And so all of the sudden, all of the bases that are around here in the next to the in the PvP zone that put their base up here before it turned into a PvP zone are now cooked. And apparently the same happened over here on D2. Or something thereof on D2. We'll have to go check it out after the game, after the reset. We're playing Dune Awakening, Labubu. Labubu, is you an artist? You in here as an artist, Labubu? You was building on the northeastern rock at the point they were already... but the zone got moved somehow? The point was already there, but the zone got moved. Okay. So when you thought you were in the safe zone, from one point, you no longer were in the safe zone. Oh, shit, bro. Those people should have been in and out of their bases multiple times, in my opinion, though. So they should have noticed that it was in a PvP zone and moved it. That's why I'm like, I've got no remorse, and we'll be taking out D5 and D2 if they're out there. For real. Oh, your servers are down, Laura. They should go down. Are you on NA? Oh, no, you don't have to update your game. You could just sit on the main menu, and when they boot back up. Unless you haven't updated your game since the patch. They did do a patch today. They did do a patch today. Yeah, okay, yeah, you'll have to update it then, right? There we go. We've got probably about 15 minutes here until the servers boot back up. Bear with me a second. I'll be right back. Happy to see you. Happy, hope you're doing well. Why don't you just scout the sectors in the deep desert? You get 100 per sector, and there are 81, 8,100. You're right, it is, and I need to start doing that. The reason I don't do it on day 1 is because I'm scouting the land masses in the deep desert. So this way I know... So this way I'm not doubling back to islands, so I know what island that I'm hitting at what time. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to back up. It just hasn't been kicked yet. There it is. It's gone. Nice try, Ray. Ray almost got us with the debate again. Yeah, shoot, Laura, I might. No. No, you cannot. The PvE bases in the deep desert have all of the checks in place as the PvE bases in the Haga Basin, so they're completely unrateable. Unless Funcom moves a control point. Then they're free game, and I will take that game every single time. I know. It's brutal. I just... See, the disappointment for me comes in... I don't mind the PvE bases being unrateable. That's fine. The disappointment for me comes in with the end of the Coriolis. I feel like for a couple hours at the end of the Coriolis, they should let some of the PvE bases turn rateable. Because if there's 3 hours left until the deep desert wipes, and they haven't gotten all of their stuff out yet, they're either piss poor at their time management, or they just literally aren't going to grab that stuff anyways. So, I mean, why not let me rat it out? I'll rat out the last 3 hours of the Coriolis storm, breaking all of the bases in the deep desert. Yes, I will. Oh, the PvE zone. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. You don't do a lot of PvP unless you're forced. Even then, you're the one to run before fighting. Gotcha. Level 1, congratulations. Is there a meaning to the levels yet? No. But you're officially level 1. Congratulations. You've done it. Hey, what did I miss? When did I miss this? Irving Cortez coming in and became a member in the night? In the night side? When did that happen? Man, I missed a member, bro. It must have been when I walked out. I cannot believe it, dude. Absolute legend, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Sorry I missed ya, Irving. Hopefully the notification itself popped off, but welcome. Hope you're doing well. Cloud, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you feel entertained as we sit here on the main screen. the main menu screen. Laura, are you getting hit with a lot of ads over on Twitch? Is there a setting that I can set up to get rid of the ads? Shut them off? Lower the amount of frequency that they play on? Dan, good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, we've actually turned the YouTube ads off because, or well, they're manual insert, and I don't ever decide to manually insert them. Just seems dirty. I think Twitch, I think Twitch's ad system is piss poor. They've got zero sort of like functionality with pushing out ads. Their targeted ads are so bad. And as like controversial of a take that this might be with like the how they end up targeting ads, it is the most efficient way for ads to be pushed out to people. You know what I'm saying? It might be a bit dirty how they get all your information and how they know what ads to target towards you. But man, when you jump on Twitch and it's untargeted ads and you're watching like car commercials, bro, it feels so weird. It's so awkward. At least with targeted ads, I'm somewhat interested in what they're targeting at me. Though YouTube honestly gets freaking wild with the amount of slop ads they allowed to get pushed. What you trying for the first time, John? Trying to jump into the deep desert for the first time? Are you jumping into the A section of the deep desert? Are you talking base breaking? Okay. Thufir's best is probably going to be your best weapon there that is going to bust the walls of breaking into the base. I always thought that Shaitan's Tongue would work well in PvP, but when I tried to implement it in PvP, I had a really hard time. It could potentially be decent if you manage to like stun them and you actually can catch them on fire. Yeah, Lara, it's like seemingly getting longer and longer as well. It used to be like 5-minute resets and it's been 15 minutes the past couple of days. It's been wild. But yeah, that sniper is probably going to be your best weapon to bust into the walls with. The flamethrower, I actually tried Shaitan's Tongue on the on a base. It just didn't work. It broke the generators. Based on the amount of player builds on the server, that's a decent theory because you're right, these pop up at different times. And I know at least on the siege that I'm on in Dugap, holy crap, in the Haga Basin there are so many bases. It lags out specific parts of the Haga Basin. It's brutal. I'm waiting for Elk. I'm waiting for is it me or is Labubu got to be like 11 years old in here? Did we just have an 11-year-old pop in here? So strange. It's throwing me off so hard to the comments because my brain is trying to process what they're trying to say, but none of it makes sense, bro. Fucking weird. Oh gosh. Oh, like I was saying though, I'm waiting for them to come out with the character transfers so I don't have to redo the questing and the leveling and all of that. I don't mind re-mining resources and regathering resources for my ornithopters and stuff. I just don't want to quest again. That's crazy. Oh, what about the drill shot, Ortho? Oops, I just bumped my mic here. Let me know if we've got that static coming through. talking about the Haga Basin. That's what I'm saying, Laura. They need, and even in the Haga Basin, I wish that they would come up with some sort of mechanic that made it to where bases that are very obviously abandoned bases become somewhat raidable at some point in time. That way you could have scavengers roll through and clear that shit, because there's a lot, you're right, there, even on my server, there's a lot of that are seemingly abandoned and just in clumps with each other, causing like ridiculous amounts of lag. About storms, there was one about 30 minutes ago, but it just missed the bases. How long do you reckon? So the storms during this time of day come in between, I think, 45 minutes and 2 hours, and it's RNG dependent on when that storm actually rolls through. And because the server just reset, I think it resets that timer. I'm not for certain on that, but we had a storm drop and it was like 15 minutes before the reset. So right now we'd be about 30 minutes in. So an hour and a half, maybe. It's somewhere in between 45 minutes and 2 hours, especially at this time. And it depends if you're on NA. So it might be like more of a popular time on your server, therefore the storms might come more frequently. Yeah, that sucks. Jin Star, I think all of the deep deserts are actually exactly the same, all the way down to the amount of ores that are on them. And you can actually see the map here. I'll link the map real quick. You can see the map here. It'll show you where all the ores are at and shit. Dan! Go, Dan, go! Coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. We appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. So are all of the NA servers in the same deep desert, or each server gets its own for the sietches? Each server gets its own deep desert that all of the 20 sietches are then combined onto. And that goes for the auction house as well. Each auction house is tied specifically to the server. So I'm on Dugap, and I'm on the sietch leg, but there's 19 other sietches. Those 19 other sietches all tie into the Dugap Deep Desert, and then the Dugap auction house, both of which are dead AF. I've yet to find any, Oh, Jin Star's on the Carbon Island. Just wait until you find the island that's filled with copper that's like out here in the deep desert somewhere. Every week I find an island and I'm like, why the fuck is there an island with 100 copper nodes on it in the deep desert? Who's coming out here and mining copper at all? Why? There's no need for this. Put the copper, put the iron, put the carbon all in the A sector. Like, that's where you go to find that shit. Out here, it should be aluminum and titanium and stravidium. Boom, boom, boom. Even some jasmium pits, I wouldn't. Hey, 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 hey! Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are just flying through, huh? I don't think so. Bang, bang! Coming for that ass. Shoot, way ahead, way ahead. That last one's in, that last one's in. Money, money, money. What a dickhead. Yeah, there's been those popping up inside of caves and stuff out here. I didn't realize. The render distance got me good, eh? He had the speed on me anyways. He had the we started that fight and he had the gap on me, you know what I mean? So. Unfortunately, this thing is so damn slow with the rockets on it, basically has no ability to close the gap. The only gap that I can close is if I've already popped their wing. Oh, you got me again. That got me earlier, bro. That cave entrance. Let's go pop into this D2 section over here and see what other D-Day debacle is going to be happening. See what other sort of mischief we're going to be able to cause today. Would I leave a farmer alone if they said that they're one of your followers? Yeah, if I don't typically fight the farmers. And if I do, I'll blow their stuff up and then I'll repair their ship and walk away. Like, honestly. But yeah, like, if I was thinking about this earlier, I was like, if I rolled up and Ember was like, "You're attacking me," yes, I would pull off. Yes. No, it's not properly accessible in the back. Unfortunately, it's a pain in the ass to access in the back. Damn, that's the island you'd want to turn in. Boom, boom. Not a problem, Laura. We love our lurkers around here. Is the Atreides ornithopter accessible from the back? See, and I was complaining about this yesterday, too. I was literally walking up my back ramp, and it wouldn't let me enter my ornithopter. Like, they need to up the hitbox on the interaction menu with these ornithopters. Pain in the ass. Damn, damn, damn. Looks like D2 got spared. Nobody built up in D2. D2 is the exact same kind of island as D5, though. So I bet it was the same exact concept that happened. Very interesting. Is there any more control points out in the safe zone? Yeah, D1, D2, D5, D8. D1, 2, 5, and 8, and then E1, 2, 3, and 8. The E1, 2, 3, and 8 are right on the edge of the PvP zone. So actually, there is another control point right over here. So if... Laura's right. If you're talking about, like, can I walk into it? Sure. I can. But it doesn't, like, the hitbox... I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean. This actually got me killed yesterday, and I was frickin' pissed off. I was fuming mad. So, yes, I can walk into the back. I don't have to crouch. But look, oh, actually, you know what? I am going to have to crouch. Look, I can't access that. Oh, here we go, finally. You gotta hit it at the right angle. I was trying to get in. I'm literally walking in the back side here. Look, I'm even walking on the ramp, and if I'm not looking at it proper, if I don't look right at that yellow dot, it'll never fucking come up. That's what I'm saying. They need to increase that hitbox. Ridiculous. The interact button should have been there so much sooner than that. The default Ornithopter skin's probably the best one to freaking go with, especially because if I get a wing that's broken all of the way, it can bug out and, like, not let me repair it. That was something that was happening, too. That was another thing that was, like, had me freaking out, bro. Let's kick up all the way to those control sections and see. Yeah, the defaults don't have the problems, but they just look so ugly. It looks freaking terrible, dude. All clunky and big and chunky, and I'm not sure if the hitbox actually changes, but I feel sleek. You know, I feel slimmed down in this thing. Whereas in the default one, just feels like a big box. Big old box. Why? Why? Well, I think one thing, oh, I was just getting ready to say, I think one thing was answered, and it's that all of the spice blooms aren't going to pop off after the reset, because they popped off right before the reset. But there's one. That's probably a medium spice bloom. I don't know. It looks pretty deep. It might even be a large one. Hey, what kind of Harkonnen asshole decided to take over this control point, huh? Not today, bro. Not today. Slap some mid-flight repairs in while we're here, huh? These wings have gone all the way across. They're taking a beating. Scared me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know the noise happens every time, and I was expecting it, but it still scared me. Aw, yeah! Easy. Oh, look. I stand corrected. Boom, spice bloom. Boom, spice bloom. Boom, spice bloom. I don't know if they're... It looks like they're just blowing up on the same spots where they were blowing up before. What we're going to do is we're going to fly all the way back up to this corner base over here that we almost raided. There's a big spice bloom over there, so we may be able to like catch some people and mess with some people, and or possibly try to, I don't know, see if they're trying to get stuff out of that base and mess with them doing that. I don't know. And we're off. And we're flying. Let's go ahead and peg it so we know how far have we got. Basically cutting the entire corner here. Yeah, 15,000 meters. It's about as far as you can get away from this thing here. That's why we slapped a respawn beacon down on that thing, actually. Because had we not, and a storm decided to come through, and especially if it came through on that side, we would be super late. A lot of stravidium right there. Here we go. Two of them. I was gonna say, show me your ruckus, bud. Come on. Show me your ruckus, pal. Missing a lot of shots here. We definitely didn't land shots when we needed to. We needed to have one of his wings popped, and at this point in time, he's just gonna gap. I can't tell if when they explode, if that means that it's hitting him. There we go. One into the other, one into the other. Another big gap, bro. We started this fight with a big gap. The first guy got away because I missed a lot of shots. That guy, we started the fight with a giant gap. But yeah, realistically on the first guy right there, we needed to knock his wing to slow him down. And we didn't. Brutal. I do need to watch out and just keep an eye out on a storm as well, for real. Like whoever else is in the chat here, I think the storms are somewhat synchronized between these servers. I've had it at least a few times where people in the chat have a storm hitting their server the same time I've got one hitting So if somebody on D5 has a storm swooping through, let me know if you're managing to get a raid off. Because if I'm all the way here in the I sector, it's not even gonna, like, warn me that a storm's coming. How are we still 10,000 meters from this thing? Oh my gosh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, we all just saw that. Okay, what the hell's happening? This is the broken one that we saw earlier, I think. Damn, a couple of busted ornithopters. Man, we fell asleep and mayhem happened on this server. This is not how the deep desert should be laid out. I mean, we're talking 1 tile, 2 tiles, 3 tiles, 4 tiles here with nothing, no land, just sand. Like, that's way too many. It's way too many connected together that are just barren. They need to put more land down. Look, 5 tiles, 6 tiles, 7 tiles, 8 tiles. We're finally seeing some land. Holy crap. Like, it's unbelievable. And we're in the middle of the deep desert, too. We're literally in sector F7. So, I mean, like, not, like, dead center, bro, but it's not like we're on the edge, dude. We're not on 9, and we're not in I, and we're not in 1. Kind of ridiculous here. They just need to populate more land out here. It's just way too much sand. I don't want a sand bike to be able to drive from the Sector A all the way to Sector I, right? I don't want that. But I don't want 6 tiles connected together that are nothing but sand either. If you'd have told me that, if you'd have told me there was going to be 6 tiles connected together with nothing but sand when the game launched, or before the game launched, like in the comments of one of my videos or something, I probably would have replied like, "You're crazy, bro. I don't think it's gonna be that empty," and I'd have been wrong. I don't think making the deep desert bigger would be any better. Let me know, Glitter Junkie. What would be awesome? More hidey holes to allow more creative between farmers and PvPers. I agree. And I think more islands would give the people who want to slap some bases down some opportunities to do so. And I think if they allowed and created some sort of like base defense system, such as shotgun traps, etc., that would encourage people to build out in the PvP zone and worry less about being raided so immediately. I think on top of that, though, they need to incentivize building out here by, like, buffing the amount of stuff that you get from your refineries. I think that'd be huge. If they made it to where your spice refinery spits out 1.5 times the typical amount, we would probably have a lot of guilds basing up out here in the deep desert with their refineries and stuff. which would definitely make for some more interesting mechanics, and maybe even facilitate like some guild versus guild ground combat if they're like trying to control the entirety of an island or something, you know what I mean? Let's go see if anybody decided to pop in here. Looks like it is actually getting hit here on this left side. We're gonna fly in and act like we're just your regular old farmer. Doo-doo-doo. Don't mind me. Are you here still? No. Oh, you are. We didn't get 2 off. We got 1 off, though. Oh, we did get the second one to track. Huge. That's 1 wing down. Damn, we're missing a lot of shots here. There we go. Let's just settle down. He's flying in a bit of a panic here. He's flying in a panic, so I don't need to shoot in a panic. Just settle down. Turning back around, he might be calling in his boys. Yep, he definitely seems like he's stalling for time. What's your play here, pal? Nah, way he blocked that, bro. It was a hell of a block on my crippling strike. Fucking move, bro. I'm not even facing the right direction, dude. Yeah, you're fucking lucky you had your spice, bud. I'm so sick and tired of my body not fucking rotating in the air. It's actually getting irritating, dude. Just need a bit of a reset here. Fucking sick bastard. Fuck! Woo! That was a close one. I don't understand how exactly... Well, first off, he's spiced up. Okay, maybe that's how he's popping his abilities so quick. Yeah, us not being spiced is fucking us here for real. Where'd he go? He's fucking... How does he still have dash? Is it just me, or is he dashing, like, a ridiculous amount of times, bro? I run out of dash so quickly. It's yours, brother. I don't have any more bandages left. I could rocket him down. We could be a dick. We could sit here and go fucking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, dude. Alright, we'll pop back down. Fuck it. I wish I had my scoped sniper on me, dude. I really do. I don't know where he went. I don't have any more bandages here, so we're cooked, dude. We're cooked with the next combo he lands, for real. J-Wolf, how's it going? Storm that rolled through D missed the bases. Okay. Missed him again. Missed me. No! I'm surprised he didn't drain more of our health there, to be honest. Did he just grapple me for real? Or you guys want to bet this is Arcadius again? Just feels like an Arcadius fight, doesn't it? Motherfucker's got unlimited stamina. Missed me. He hits poison through my shield. I'm actually cooked. We can't let that happen. Can't let that happen. Oi, 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 oi! I mean, but don't just leave your ornithopter, pal. Come on, bud, where you at? Did he go get some fiber, you think? Because I'm out of fiber, man. I need some bandages. Jay Wolf, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Oi! Stoner. Damn, bro. Fucking full inventory, dude. I feel bad. Hey, man. Hey, hey. Hey, bro. You can come get... I'm not taking your inventory here. You could take your stuff, dude. I'm leaving it. I mean, like, actually, you know, I'm gonna take a chunk of spice. I'm gonna take a chunk of some spice, alright? Just let me get, like, 600 of that spice, huh? Get the fuck out of here. He can still repair it. You're right. Yeah, no, he can still repair it. It's far from full broken. What is that? Oh, it's a ship. It's a PvP ship. Oh my gosh, I thought it was a giant Harkonnen base. I was like, we literally have a guild base right here, you guys. Nope. Nope, just a Harkonnen base. I am, but I think your stuff could be a little help on that. Or you good? Are you an artist, Jay Wolf? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Not sure what you're talking about. In a solo as an assault. Glitter calling him greedy. That's just kind of how it goes on this server, bro. Like, especially after the reset. I come out here in my assault farming spice all the time. Very rarely run into people. That's only post-reset, though. It's typically a bit more popping during the day. I see, Jay Wolf. I appreciate the offer. We've got a couple of artists on standby if and when the channel ever gets to a point where that's even feasible, you know what I mean? Wonder why he's not boosting straight up. And no, honestly, I don't know. That fight was a bit strange. That guy was a bit strange. He just had a storm roll through D5. The bases weren't raidable, definitely in a PvP area, though. Interesting, Nathan. I'm wondering if they've possibly reworked the situation in some way, shape, or form just to guarantee that bases that are below the specific line will never, ever become raidable, even should they end up in a PvP zone. That kind of sucks. That means if they do make the PvP ship a PvP zone, none of those bases would technically be raidable. But also, Nathan, I've had storms come through, and even though it said the storm was in the sector and I was expecting the base's shields to drop, it just barely did not hit the base enough to drop the shield. So it's entirely, unless you got hit dead center, if that storm hit it dead center, but I've even had it to where the screen visually shows that I'm inside the storm, and it still doesn't drop the base's shields. Hey, we walked out of there with a chunk of some spice. Not enough to run a spice run, I don't think. I think I need 750. Gotcha. Yeah, I've had them to where it's like, it said it was in the sector. It should have knocked the shield. My character was in the storm, but it just wasn't, like, centered enough. Very strange. Have I tried to snipe people farming spice? You don't know if a headshot from a sniper insta-downs you. You'd have to have somebody farm spice and then continue to farm spice even after you landed. Whereas typically, people do exactly what that guy did in his assault ornithopters, and they get in and they leave. And I don't know if it would be a one-shot. And also, you have to take into account that the sniper's effective range is only 75 meters. You know, your server's a lot more laid back than yours from what you've seen. Your biggest issue is a few cheaters and exploiters. So the strong PvPers focus on making sure that, I'm not certain, bro, but there, at least in the beginning of this Deep Deserts cycle, as in week 1 of the game launching, it definitely seemed like the Deep Desert Police Department had some cheaters on their team. That, or there was some Harkonnen cheaters on their team that looked a lot like what the Deep Desert Police Department rolls out on. And by that, I'm talking about what used to be the biggest guild. Now it's this Fremen guild. But for simplicity's sake, we're just gonna keep calling them the DDPD. In that case, Anno, it's entirely possible. You'd have to be within 75 meters of them for it to happen. Dev's still coming out with a tier 5 missile launcher. It's so funny you bring that up, Aspen, because they literally mentioned that in passing, and then they didn't bring it up anything to do with it since. Yeah. They said they were, and honestly, it shouldn't be that hard to implement. But, no, I haven't seen it yet. Not that I've seen. Alright, we need some bandages. That's true, Glitter, but I suppose you'd have to, like, definitely do research into the server before joining it in order to, like, take full advantage of that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I kind of feel bad for these guys on the Harkonnen side, the Deep Desert Police Department. They're literally the only guild on this server. They have no competition. And so as a guild, realistically, you can't... I don't know how much fun you could possibly be having when you don't have any, like, major competition. This is why, honestly, I feel bad for those guys. Let's go fly back out. I didn't see a storm roll through, but people have had storms roll through, so we actually should be fairly close to one. Maybe we hang for a second. Let's just hang for just 1 second here. Because we were pretty deep out, so it's entirely possible a storm rolled through this sector and I missed it entirely. I'm pretty sure we would have still seen it on the mini-map. Should it have rolled through, but... I'm gonna go grab some water right quick. Several guilds in your deep desert, and see, that's Glitter, like, that's what you want as a guild. And these guys, they're not entirely alone. Don't get me wrong. There are a couple small groups out here in the deep desert. But just competition-wise, they've got none. Like, none of those small groups can compete, so... It's just a weird situation. It's a weird situation. I feel bad for them because it's got to be... Arcadius says it all the time, bro. It's brutal. Brutal out there looking for some PvP. I'll be back. I wouldn't be surprised if when the server transfers come out, if these guys look for something better. Because even as a solo player, there's not enough, like, big guilds out here. There's not even, like, enough big groups out here to have a little fun as a solo player where you see this guild fighting that guild, and then I come in as the solo player, and I'm attacking both guilds, and I'm causing confusion, and nobody knows who's who anymore, and I'm messing up everybody's friendly fire system. I don't get any of that. I don't get any of that because the only guild out here is these guys. So... Nothing yet, huh? Not even a warning. Brutal. Like, I'm trying to think, you know, what raid's more important? I would say the one to our south, probably. I want to see if we can knock that down, or if, in fact, Nathan may be correct, and maybe the devs have implemented some sort of, like, failsafe that prevents anything below E from being raided. Because it's possible that they could put a check like that into the game, and if it's below E, it's unraidable. That'd be an easy... That'd be, like, the exact type of fix that I would expect the devs to put into this game, actually. Some more spice blooms popping off. That's probably the best way to go about looking at it, to be honest. And to be fair, if there have been cheaters on this server, it's been few and far between. The only one that I'm, like, practically for certain was a cheater was that one time that we were literally being chased down by an ornithopter with rockets after the 20% speed reduction, and I was in an ornithopter with the boosts. So we're cooking it at, like, you know, 200 meters per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, and this guy with the rockets is somehow keeping up with us. I never said this game was dying. I think that's like a that's like a term that is a bit overused nowadays. Far from dying. It's actually holding fairly strong considering how much there is to do post Haga Basin.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shit. 8,000 meters. It's 3 minutes and I'm in Sector 7, so it's probably coming from that direction. I need to see it spawn in. If it says 3 minutes, it's probably coming from this direction, and if it's in Sector 7, it's probably on the north side and not even going to hit the south side. I think it'll probably level out. Anno, if I had to, like, place a prediction on it right now, I would say that by the time it's yep, we're flying towards the storm. Yep, there it is. It's on the north side too, so it's not even going to hit the it's not even going to hit the sector that I need it to. So we're going to actually hit the respawn and pop up there. That's way north. That's way north. Yeah, instead of waiting out the storm here, we're gonna hit the respawn beacon and pop it through that way. No big deal. I think it capped at like 69,000 yesterday. I don't know. We were looking at it during the server downtime.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, that's crazy, Glitter. That's crazy. I anticipate the game probably sitting at 30,000 by the time they come out with their yearly update with the new expansion, right? I bet we'll be sitting right around 30,000. I'd be surprised if it was below 20. And that's fairly healthy. Like, that's a fairly healthy game. Alright, we're gonna catch a respawn because that's gonna kill, like, that's gonna cut off like 3,000 meters from our journey here. Meow. Bit of a durability take here, but that's all right. We're gonna lose our fuel cells as well, but this body should last 15 minutes, so we could always roll back. Hey, hey! If these guys didn't come and clear this base, we're gonna be able to pop in here and see what might be left, huh? Maybe on my way to there, we try to grab 20 or 40 of the things. 20 or 40 of the metal fragments so we can slap down our own sub-thief. Should there be a shitload of stuff here that we need to move back. This is a big, chunky storm, dude. It doesn't go nowhere near as far south. No, I don't have a storage module. No, but I could just slap down a sub-thief. Dude, that was a bit worthless, wasn't it? Whatever, I would have had to wait for the storm all the way over there instead of right there, so it's fine. Give me a minute, Glitter. Give me a minute, Glitter. James, I appreciate the 600 spice, my brother, my brother. Couldn't find you after you went sprinting away. I said 600 spice. Don't mind if I do. Glitter Junkie coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's so much stravidium sitting right there. Did you guys see that? Hey, 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 don't mind if I do, don't mind if I do. Let's just go ahead and clear this. We'll seal this off real quick. These guys literally didn't leave me any plastone, huh? Wow. Okay. I don't like that they didn't leave me any plastone to work with. Absolutely ridiculous. What I tell you guys when we rolled past this last time, I said chances are the guild clears this every time. Sitting some weird stuff in there. Okay, so there is plastone. It just doesn't want me to use it. Yeah, we ran into this one earlier, and oh look. We're outside the claim. Hey, Dusty Worm, get on out of here. Half our base is outside the claim right now. However, the important stuff is on the inside. We'll take the paste all day, baby. We'll take that paste all day. Mwah. Like I said, though, this guild, when they are clearing that field, they already have their guild members on, so I told you guys this thing was going to be empty. Hey, we'll take the aluminum, though, huh? We might honestly just, like, leave this shit out here for real. I don't know. I'd have to go all the way to the Haga Basin to get my storage unit. I don't have a frickin' storage unit, man. James, it was fun seeing you. It was fun taking your spice. We'll catch you around next time. Police department actually disbanded, Kurt. Can you believe it? James upset because he lost a load full of spice, but in reality he just lost 600 spice, went Bindu sprinting away. Just take what you can on the first and try to make it, make one on your way home. Make one when I'm home. We actually have the assault with the storage we could bring out. It's just, I mean, like, realistically, what's even in this base? Like, the aluminum is nice. The cobalt paste, I'll take it. Like 100 and so cobalt paste, not too shabby. Oh, he definitely got caught lacking glitter. Lacking and now crying. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Why is this base seemingly not powered up? Plenty of time. Just doing a quick check for maybe like some hidden storage. Any hidden storage spots? Not here. Alright, what do you guys think? You think James is back? Let's go take a quick poke over into the spice field, see if we can find somebody else. They're lacking. Get another 600 spice from them. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the deep desert. There's a worm rolling through this, so somebody's here. I don't know what happened with them, Kurt. They disbanded and then they got absorbed into this guild right here. But honestly, even that guild, they don't have any competition. I don't think a worm would just hit this field by random. But it also doesn't look like much more has been taken. Sucks that we can't craft like a mobile storage unit. That would help a lot, like a small storage box that you can assign on the hotkeys. Like a little backpack or something almost. Ran out of sand donuts? Must have run out of sand donuts. That's why I was rolling through the sand or something. Nah, bro. Deep Desert Police Department is what I still call them. But they're still out strong, bro. They're out strong. They're out thick in numbers. They're out thick. But I would probably say that we're, as a solo, probably providing them the most competition. There's maybe one other group that I've seen even attempt to run like a carrier ornithopter or anything like that. There's only one other group that I've seen attempt to run like a carrier ornithopter, so they have no competition out here. And I'm not even sure if they're getting into PvP other than when I go and literally shove my nose into PvPing with them. Some sort of backpack extender would be great. He just wanted to show us he's there. Make us aware of his existence. He means no harm. Yeah, when they come out with server swaps, Glitter, we will probably, in all likelihood, be either A, looking for a server with multiple guilds fighting with each other so we can join one of them, or B, looking for a server with multiple... Is this the island of Carbon that guy was talking about earlier? Holy crap. Or B, look for a server with a bunch of guilds so we can join as a solo again and try and wreak havoc in between the two guilds. Unfortunately, they don't build anything out in the deep desert other than little forward operating bases like that over there, or the 2 forward operating bases that we broke over there, or the one on F6 or E6 that as soon as a storm sweeps through, we'll break that. It's like, and all of them are empty, bro. Those are the guys slapping down the forward operating bases everywhere, because like I said, they have no competition. They have no guild even, like, competing. Even the small groups aren't. And the small groups that keep coming out to the deep desert, I'm convinced... Shadow, you son of a bitch. I knew you were fucking in here. Get out of here. This cat, dude. I don't know how they keep breaking into this office, but they keep breaking in. I knew it. I don't even know what I was saying. I think over-encumbered, similar to how some games run it to where you can over-encumber yourself but still move, but very, very slowly, would be freaking amazing, and it would help me organize my chests like insane. Poor Shadow. Oh my gosh, these cats have a pissing problem, and they are not allowed in this office. There's two rooms they're not allowed in this house. And this office is one of them. She just comes sauntering out too, like she's doing nothing wrong. She knows damn well. Got a cat burglar and I named it Chat. Oh, right. It's my human cat burglar pet, right? Oh, that's what I was talking about, was the server transfers. I want to pop off of this server so bad. I just don't want to redo my classes. I don't want to redo the quests or the leveling. I wouldn't even mind having to redo the resource grind. But the classes and the leveling, I'm not doing that. What's weird is I don't even think it's because the population of the server that I'm on is low. I think it's strictly because the population of the server that I'm on that decides to come out to the deep desert is low, which is what we were talking to Dirty Mike about during the downtime, during the update, was there might be that bell curve finally catching up where these people are making their way out. Because even getting on at the start of the stream tonight, it was pretty poppin'. There's a lot of people out here. It's hard to tell sometimes if I'm running into multiple groups from the Deep Desert Police Department or if I'm running into actually different people, but there's a lot of people out here. Well, that's the third option as well, Kurt. When the character transfers finally come through, we may in fact look for one of the populated servers that have like a few big guilds feuding, and we might try and slap together some sort of a resistance. This is their other forward operating base that surely has had all of the ores cleared from it by this point in time. Deep Desert is all the sietches on the server cluster, correct? It's not only one siege, correct? And then that's why I'm saying 20 sieges go into one Deep Desert, and those 20 sieges on the server that I'm on literally have just not come out to the Deep Desert yet, is kind of like the running theory, because it's been pretty dead out here. And you are right. You're right with what you're saying, Glitter, for sure. Didn't mean to just literally land on my ornithopter there. That's a good point that you make, Glitter, and even with that's, you know, that's a bit of a problem that we're getting ready to run into, because if Dirty Mike's right and it's a bell curve that we're running into and we're finally reaching the tip of the bell curve where everybody who's going to come out to the Deep Desert is finally going to make their way out, you know, if we're finally on the come up there, what's going to end up happening is there's people who've been out in the Deep Desert and doing this Deep Desert loop for 3 weeks now. They've got 3 weeks of Deep Desert experience, and somebody who's just coming out here for the first time is just literally going to be out of their league. So yeah, you're kind of right, and I don't blame the people for actually being a bit worried to even step out at this point in time. That's a good point. Yeah. And like you're saying too, is if they're sitting there lost, you know, and they don't know like what to do, or they keep going out and getting ganked, and they just can't figure it out because everybody's got so much experience on them, like relative to where they're at, you know what I'm saying? They're probably just gonna end up leaving, which is kind of what you're saying, like trying to maintain like the healthy balance. But I think if we're being realistic here, the devs are going to end up dumping PvP sooner rather than later. They're going to do exactly what they did with Conan. They're probably going to end up splitting the servers into a PvP only server, PvE only server, and that'll probably happen. That'll probably happen with the very first expansion that they drop. And I bet you anything, the first expansion is going to be mainly a PvE zone, if not entirely a PvE zone. So, you went to the deep desert, right, solo for the first time, farming titanium and stravidium. Oh no! Oh no! And see, that's the thing as well, Kurt. Is if the people who are scared to come into the deep desert just come and dip their toes in. They just come and dip their toes in just a little bit. What's that guy doing? And they kind of find out that it's not as, like, terrifying as they thought, you know? Not as terrifying as they thought. I mean, like, if we're being realistic, there wasn't much out in that base over there. So I'm not even certain it's going to be worth going back and forth and back and forth. I could, like, dump all of my gear and bring an assault ornithopter, like, with a storage. Like, that's actually not a terrible idea. So, like, if, let's say, there was a bunch of stuff in that base that I wanted, I could change my respawn point to that base and then at least cut out half of the trip by respawning over there and then whipping out the scout ornithopter with the storage. But realistically, there's not even like anything in that base that's worth it, so I think we're actually gonna go in and just abandon it. That way, if anybody else rolls into it throughout the night, they'll just have access to it. They'll keep the PvP droid, but it'll just be sanctioned out here to the deep desert. That's a good point, Anno. It's a really good point, especially the first time you roll out here, you're in tier 4 wings. Yeah. I mean, coming out to the deep desert's always a risk if we're being honest. Let's pop down here and do a quick check. I think that's a good point, Glitter. You should definitely be at MK5. Rushing out with MK4, especially this far into the game's lifespan, is crazy. I'd be surprised if they did an entire map with no ornithopter access. I'd actually be surprised if they did that. It's not entirely possible, though. Or it's not entirely impossible, though. Like, that's not a 0% chance. That's my point as well, Glitter, is as a solo, before I even came out to the deep desert, I literally had 4 scout ornithopters. 4 tier 5 scout ornithopters. So it was like I was coming out here, and if I could lose 3 of those and still have 1. You know what I mean? So, and I did that as a solo, so you're right, as a solo. Any raids yet? Yeah, Xena, we got one just a little ways back. We took out their big spice base and basically just walked out of there with 100 aluminum. It was all the way up here in the top right. It was a nice little spice hub that they had that was entirely cleared out. And we've got a free sub fief this time, so I'm able to actually take over the bases. However, I've abandoned it at this point. We abandoned it. There's like a little bit of loot left over there, like 150 cobalt paste or whatever. Nothing crazy, nothing crazy. If there was like a couple thousand spice, we'd have made a trip or two, but as predicted, the guild cleared the entirety of the spice before they bailed, which only makes sense. Oh damn, that is a huge no-build zone. That is a massive no-build zone. Yeah, at least one. I've never come out here and been concerned about losing what I have coming out here, which is how you should play. It blows my mind how some of the PvE players can be so scared, and to where they won't even step foot in the PvP zone. It always like I always get taken aback. But and honestly, like, that's the majority of players, which is what I think is funny. PvP players seem to have this thought in their head that they are the majority when they are in fact not, dude. It's proven time and time and time again that PvP players are not the majority. They don't want to lose their progress. They're literally scared. They could come out here butt naked with no gear on, and and a guarantee that they wouldn't lose their ornithopter. They could come out here with no gear on and a guarantee that they wouldn't lose their ornithopter, and they still would be terrified at the prospect of losing the progress that they made with any of the shit that they farmed out here. Like, they still would just be terrified at the concept of losing spice that they farmed out here to somebody else. I think the Scout Ornithopter should not have rockets on it. I think if they took the rockets off the Scout, that'd be a big move for the game. Because I think you're right, Kurt, ground combat should be pushed, because ground combat's the most fun to get into. Spice out here is the riskiest thing, Glitter, and that's a good point. Like, and I think that's where PvE players who are scared to jump into the PvP zone should start. they should start with trying to mine an inventory of titanium and then an inventory of stravidium. And then after you get a couple of trips back and forth into the deep desert, you kind of dip your toe in the water. You're a little less on edge with every, you know, every flight you take out there. Get a feel for it, exactly. Exactly. And like you're saying, when it comes to, like, you can skip over spice out here if you really wanted to put in the grind inside of the Haga Basin. Another Haga Basin styled map is what's coming out in the first expansion, I believe is what the devs had. Who keeps coming and what Harkonnen asshole keeps coming and planting their frickin' ornithopter down here? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, hell no. This is my egg. I shall hatch it. Their whole, fourth DLC that's meant to be coming out next year, which is meant to be the first expansion, I believe, is either people are predicting or the devs have come out and said that it's meant to be like a second Haga Basin, an expansion to the Haga Basin, and it's going to be PvE is my guess, all PvE. And I bet that's when they announced that they're going to be separating PvE and PvP servers. Bet. Sakari, as one of those mostly PvE players, I don't avoid PvP out of gear fear or fear of loss of progress. The main reason I avoid PvP is I can't abide the toxic voice chat that is in the norm. Ah, I gotcha, I gotcha. I'm kind of actually right there with you, Sakari. I'm kind of right there with you. The toxic voice chat is definitely not necessary, and there's levels to it. You know, you have people like Will, who if he got in the voice chat, you'd probably want to freaking rip your ears off, right? And he starts talking shit in the voice chat, and you're probably just like losing brain cells. And then you have Arcadius, who's actually funny in the way that he talks shit, because he's talking shit for the most unrealistic reasons possible. And he goes in so hard, bro. It's so funny, dude. Like when he was able to dash 6 or 7 times and I'm able to dash 4 times, so I keep having to jump off to reset. And he's like, you're running. And then the same instance where he was bullying that guy with his ornithopter and basically was shooting rockets down at him anytime he decided to fly out of his thing. So Arcadius was getting like 4 shots in with his ornithopter before the other guy even got into the air. And then Arcadius pipes in and says, you haven't been able to beat me in one ornithopter fight. That shit is hilarious, dude. But I kind of get you. I'm kind of with you, Zakari. That's actually why I don't have the Deep Desert chat up. I can't see Deep Desert chat because it throws me off my game. Respawn PvP, you're right, Sakari. There's no risk versus reward in this game, you're right. Yep, that kills the PvP experience for me in this game as well. There's no risk, there's no reward, there's no reason. And that's actually, Respawn PvP is the way that I explain why I hate games like Call of Duty nowadays. Bro, the respawn, die, respawn, die, respawn gameplay loop is so boring, bro, dude. It's redundant, dude. I can't handle it anymore. I am just like, and what's pissing me off is there's so many games that are just full on still embracing this redundant and boring gameplay. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. We'll bitch about that later, because I got some shit to say about X-Defiant. Fucking started this fight off with a gap here. Down, down, down. Yeah, fucking dickhead. So many games still embrace this redundant gameplay loop. I can't handle it, man. It drives me nuts. Like X-Defiant, for example, dude. It was a decent game. It had its problems. Of course it had its problems. But the main problem that it had was the game modes being respawn, die, respawn, team-based, matchmaking, boring, redundant gameplay, dude. And just in my opinion, this might be a bit of a hot take, these games need to come out with battle royales. Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite. What happened to Halo Infinite's multiplayer? It's boring, dude. It's redundant. Die, respawn, die, respawn, die. Fucking, I could close my eyes and sleep. They need to drop battle royales, and battle royales are somewhat redundant as well, and or extraction shooters. They've got to embrace that fully, dude. Battle royales are somewhat redundant as well, but the way I look at it is Apex Legends, I'm jumping into the same type of game mode each and every single time, but exactly what happens in that game is different each and every single time. I never walk out of there with the same exact loot. I never end up landing in the same exact spot. I never engage with people in the same spot each and every single match. So the redundancy gets like stripped away piece by piece with the battle royales, and yet they still fucking release multiplayer shit, dude. That's why Halo Infinite died. Aside from the fact that Halo Infinite had all the problems it's had with the hit registration, is actually why I quit Halo Infinite, was the hit registration issues. But aside from all that, dude, the main problem is the redundancy. There is respawn PvP in Dune? Yes. Yes. You can respawn every 60 seconds. And where are we at? We're at a lab right here. Is this a lab? Are we at a lab? Yes, it is. Correct. So this is probably the worst offender of respawn PvP. If I had an Ornithopter ship hidden over here that they didn't break, I could just respawn at that infinitely. Every 60 seconds after they kill me, I could respawn at that. But even worse so here inside of these labs. Now if I die inside of this lab, I can literally spawn. And when I respawn in this lab, I spawn just on the outside. And I can do that infinitely. So if I'm fighting somebody down here, in 60 seconds, they're going to be spawning at the top and coming back down. We might have some fights. Honestly, you want to try Gray Zone Warfare? It looks sick. I haven't looked into that. Amazing thing about having a mix of type of players is so much potential actually making real impactful guilds. It's decent. It is boring. It is boring, Pandy. They might just be fighting each other because the AI is stupid. Somebody's trying to get out. There might be people here. Stupid. Okay, I'm not for certain somebody's in here. I did, Glitter, but we have to have the character transfers come out first, because I don't want to re-level. Why is this opened up? And how do I get to whoever's fighting over there? I think there's somebody. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I think I see what's happening here. They're on like the second room, maybe. They're towards the end of this thing. We got to get in there quick. I think this will lead me to where I need to go. Fuck. I don't know how these work, bro. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I know where we're at. I know where we're at. I know where we're at. I've been in one of these before. This might just be a bugged thing. Like, that sounds like bugged AI, the way they've been fighting. But the way it's opened up, I might be able to go loot this entire thing here. Hold up. This happened. This is how I got the 2 las guns, bro. It was like a bugged thing. I was... Oh, no, that just got looted. Is there another entrance? Nope, 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 nope. That's the second room. Okay, okay. Back through.
Enemy sighted.
I think they were fighting each other. Did you see the way that NPC? Was that an NPC? I hate the way I can't tell. Here we go. There he is. Fuck, bro. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Two? Might be 2. Definitely 2, isn't it? Fuck! Oh, I was like, come on, bro, you got it. And watch, we could just respawn up at the top here. We can fuck with these guys all day. I think there's 2 down there. 56 seconds and we can head right back in. That was a real dude. It had to have been Reaper, you see? It's definitely a dude. Xena, I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because he jumped off of that ledge and he goes... and looked right at me. Nice try, nice try. It was a try. I wasn't expecting 2 of them, and he caught me off guard, and we missed our first... Damn, access denied still. We missed our very first... crippling strike. Like, I've got to get more accurate with the crippling strikes. Oh, we did, Kurt. Yeah, they got us. There's 2 of them down there. We may possibly be able to slide back in time here. It sounded like they had another access denied. which would mean that they've got one more round that they need to do here. And this is what we're talking about, Pandy, and why the PvP's just, it's not balanced or, like, set up proper. Like, if I was a guild, these guys would have cleared, like, a bunch of rooms just to get run up on by 5 people. And if these two managed to kill those 5 people, they would just get run up on by 5 people again. You know? Which is weird. Is that a person? He looks just like them. Why is that looking at me? I don't see him. Honestly, since it's 2v1 here, I'd be better off with a slower melee. What the hell are the chances that I walk right out into a grenade? I see what he's doing. Three of them. I'm having a hard time telling if this guy... What is happening? There's melee people everywhere. Now I'm curious. This might just be one guy. I'm on fire! Is this just one guy, you think? Thing is, if I kill him, then I have to kill all of this PvE or he's gonna come back in 60 seconds. The loop we've gotten ourselves into here. I just don't know where the guy's at. Does he know where I'm at? I don't know. Oh, there he was. Is that him? It looks like a person, but then he starts firing at me, and I'm like, that's AI. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Fireboy get back down here. Melee guy's going towards him. Gosh, my confusion is thoroughly set in. 3, actually? No, it's not all 3. It's not 3. There's he's chaining a bunch of melee people. There he was. That's him for sure. There's no way it's 3, bro. Oh, he's on fire now. Go, 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 go! I'm starting to think 2, maybe? What's shooting me? Oh, 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 he got me with the poison, bet. Quick, quick! Oh, we got the heal off. There's two, there is two. There's two, guaranteed at least two. At least two. Heal, 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 heal. There's at least two. I'm having the hardest time finding them, bro. There's one back here. See, this is messed up, bro. I feel bad for these guys, for real. Just let me pop some heals real quick. Get that poison off of me, huh? Miss me. Miss me. Three? Three of them. There is three, bro. Am I fucking poisoned? What even just killed me besides big, fat, stinky lag? No! Fucker got me. Burn, baby, burn! Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. I don't want to burn, I don't want to burn. Heal, 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 heal. You stuck? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's try to avoid getting stuck like that, huh? Hold on, I'll get to the chat in a minute, bro. This got out of hand. I didn't realize I was fighting 3 people, man. It got so out of hand so quickly. Oh, that's AI, that's AI. We forced that guy to use his spice. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Up, up, up. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Oh dear! No, no, no! This is it! This is it! No, we're good, we're good, we're good. You fucking pussies! Big lag, big lag, big lag. Up, 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 up. Did my suspensor belt just break? Oh my god, the lag, dude. I cannot believe we're still alive. Oh my gosh, dude. Everybody settle down. Just crouch. Meow. Why is my bandage not healing me? Oh, you cheeky son of a bitch! No, no! No, no, no. No, you got me. You got me. Damn it, bro. We had one sitting up there playing rocket launcher. We had another one chasing us down in full spice. We had the third one. I don't know what the third one was ever doing, bro. He was bouncing around, swapping me with whoever the hell was chasing me with the spice. Oh my gosh. And that's what I'm saying, Reaper. You're right, dude. You're right. The ground PvP is the most fun. It is the most fun. If we had the ability to pop some spice there, it would have made a difference. It wouldn't have made like the biggest of differences, to be honest. But that's all right. It's always good fun jumping into that. I'm a slippery rat running around. Running around. They couldn't pin me down. And what's messed up about that, you guys, is I could do that all day. I could keep going back, because if we take a look here, I lose durability each and every single time I die. But look, I could do that at least 6 more times. That's not fair to those guys. Those guys got a little slippery rat running around on them, and if they finally kill him, they shouldn't have to worry about him coming back 60 seconds later, you know? And like I had brought up, worst case scenario is, say I was a guild or a group of 4 people, 5 people, 6 people running in. If that group of 3 managed to get so lucky as to turn the table and pull on a 3 versus 6, they'd have to do it again in 60 seconds. You know what I mean? Yulian finally finished Atreides level 5. Nice. That was a quest line that I actually didn't mind doing because it let you use the comnet, and I wish for the class system it wouldn't make you go back and forth to all of these places, because a lot of that could have just been talked about with the comnet. It was at least 2 droid, you're right. I think it was 3, but the AI gets a little jumpy at points and times. It's hard to tell. Rip coming in from Ray was a big rip, that's for sure. Big rip. We could have kept doing it all day, though. We could have gone back and back and back and back. And then since I've got the 75 reduction cost in repairing my stuff, I could have, like, come back and repaired my stuff and then even still gone back, you know? So the respawn combat, respawn PvP is definitely not that much fun. Was that you, Dirty Mike? Was that you, Dirty Mike? Come on, you guys got to take out a solo player a little faster than that. I was more so just trying to demonstrate to everybody here that the respawn PvP is a bit much inside of this game, in the sense that it only and it used to be worse. There used to be no cooldown on the respawn, so my ass would basically be coming right back in there, you know what I mean? It's always Dirty Mike or Arcadius. One of the three. One of the 3 rolling in here. That's classic. Mike, you ain't telling me nothing. I was having the hardest... When I first ran into that, I was like... I thought it was 1 person in there, and then I was like, are there 2? And then I'm not even certain if there was 3 down there or what. There was for sure 2. But you're right. It turns into a complete and total cluster. A complete and total cluster. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 a.m. here. I'm going to end the stream a little bit early so I can make some breakfast and coffee for the wife as she is getting ready to get up for her work day here. We're going to go clean the house and do my normal daily duties. We're going to be coming back again live tomorrow, where we're going to be putting in some more work, looking for some more people to raid, possibly and most likely running into Dirty Mike and Arcadius again, because them about the only people out here who are partaking in PvP. How I could have guessed that the guild we ran into down there was them. It always is. It always is. But we're going to end it here, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate everybody stopping by. The support has been insane over on YouTube with Asmoka, Ray. Botrix coming in at number 1 again. I'm going to have to tune the Botrix down, man, or somehow get him off of the list, because that's not fair. He he acknowledges everybody, and so he gets those like chatter points. But then we have Anno coming in at number 2, and then number 3 is a Smoka, but it's not even just that. We have Xena up in here, Reaper, Kurt Anthony here for a while. We had Pandy, who brought up the whole respawn PvP being a problem. Droid was number 3 for quite some time. Droid was number 3. We appreciate all you guys stopping by. Let's jump over to Twitch and see what we had going on, because we had a bit of some going-ons right at the beginning of the stream here. Right at the beginning of the stream, we had Wicked come in and actually slap down 1,000 bits. Absolute legend. But we also have Glitter over here chatting us down, and unfortunately seems like Glitter is going to be the only one. Potato is in here. I can't scroll far enough back in Twitch to give everybody a shout out, but we had Kapara drop a follow, and Dan drop a follow as well. So we appreciate everybody stopping by. We will be running live again tomorrow right around at the same time, but other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.